Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Solo ReacTalk. This afternoon, I'm going to be reacting to a video requested by AnthraxCrab3238. It's called "How Did Horus Fall to Chaos?" Voice acted 40k lore on the Amber Kings YouTube channel. If you guys want to check out my previous reactions to other the Amber Kings Warhammer 40k content, remember that the Warhammer 40k content created by YouTubers playlist is going to be at the top there, and you'll be able to find my other reactions to the Amber Kings Warhammer 40k videos. I just want to say thank you again to Anthrax Crab. This was a super thanks request by Anthrax Crab 3238, and I'm sorry that I'm only getting to this right now. As you know, last month I had my family issues, so thank you for being patient as well. Thank you for waiting. And yes, this video has also been voice acted by Chris Naturally RP as the voiceover. I'm not sure for who exactly, maybe for Horus Lupercal. So yes, welcome Chris. I'm looking forward to hearing your voice in this video. And in terms of Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster, I don't really like him as a character, not because he's chaos and all that stuff. No, it's just that he reminds me so much of a politician. I think he's an idiot. I think he's an idiot. He reminds me of a politician who is so self-absorbed, who will say anything and do anything for their own benefit. He reminds me of politicians that we see on Earth, and because of that, I just don't like him already. Just because of that. Maybe the Amber King can further expand on this character and give me more information on him, and I might change my mind on Horus Lupercal. But honestly, the way I see him, he's just a politician. A very good, manipulative politician. So yeah, let's see what Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster, has in store for us in this video made by the Amber King. Thank you again to the Amber King. Thank you again to all the voice actors who contributed. I know this is going to be really enjoyable to listen to. And yeah, let's start. Oh yes, no, I did tell you guys about the playlist card, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, let's start. 3, 2, 1, go.
These are some of my brothers, but where are the others? Where am I? I am his chosen regent. I fought on 1,000 battlefields for him. The blood of my warriors is on his hands, and he ignores me like I don't exist. I am Horus, and I make my own fate.
Mine.
An incoming voxhail echoed through the vengeful spirit strategium. The storms of plasma boiling in the Greenskins' graveyard made the intership Vox choppy and unreliable. But this transmission was so clear, the speaker could have been standing next to Lupercal.
"Permission to come aboard, my son,"
said the Emperor. The moment was so sublime, so unexpected, and so awe-inspiring that Sejanus knew he would remember it for the rest of his life. It had been a long time since Sejanus had found himself awed by someone other than his Primarch. The Emperor went without a helm, his noble countenance bearing a wreath of golden laurels about his brow. Even from a distance, it was the face of a being worthy of eternal fealty, conceivable only as an impression of wonder and light.
I'm hearing what the narrator is saying. How everyone is praising the Emperor, loving the Emperor. Oh, they fall down to their knees, they cry, they weep, they cheer as he passes by, with his beautiful golden armor and face and everything that is about him is just this wondrous thing. And then he says they could never betray him. that loyalty is above all in totality when it comes to the Emperor. And yet, and yet, this very same Legion is going to betray him. This Legion and the Primarch are going to betray him. So is this really true? No. It's just a lot of words, very beautiful words, but in the end, it falls flat.
No god ever demanded respect and honor more. No earthly ruler had ever been so beloved by all. Sejanus found himself weeping tears of unbridled joy. Father and son met on the main embarkation deck of the Vengeful Spirit, and every legionary aboard had mustered to honor the master of mankind. 10,000 warriors, so many that every Stormbird and Thunderhawk in the deck had been flown out into the void to make room. No order had been given. None had been needed.
10,000 warriors, 10,000 Astartes on the embarkation deck. I forgot that the Vengeful Spirit is actually a very big vessel. But really, 10,000 of them. That's amazing.
This was their sire, the ruler who had decreed the galaxy to be humanity's domain and wrought the legions into being to turn that dream into reality. No force in the universe could have kept them from this reunion. As one, the Lunar Wolves threw back their heads and loosed a howling cheer of welcome, a pounding, deafening roar of martial pride. Nor were the legionaries the only ones who came. Mortals came too. Waifs and strays the Lunar Wolves had swept up in the course of the Great Crusade. Poets, would-be chroniclers and promulgators of imperial truth.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. You know, they're collecting poets, people who are going to be spreading the imperial truth, also like, you know, timekeepers, if I can say that. You know, those who are going to be writing chronicles of the Great Crusade under the, you know, Vengeful Spirit, under the leadership of Horus and the Legion, of course. Very interesting. Okay.
To see the master of mankind in the flesh was an opportunity that would never come again. And what mortal would miss the chance to see the man who was reshaping the galaxy? He came aboard with 300 members of the Legio Custodes, godlike warriors cast in the mould of the Emperor himself. Armoured in gold plates with crimson horsehair plumes streaming from their peaked helms, they carried shields and long polearms topped with armed photonic blades.
Is the Captain General there amongst them as well? I wonder.
Warriors whose sole purpose was to give their lives in order to protect his. The Mournival followed Horus at the head of the entire First Company, marching in a long column alongside the warriors of the Legio Custodes. As all warriors do, Sejanus measured them against his own strength.
Don't even try. Don't even try with custodians. They are far superior. Like beyond.
But could form no clear impression of their power.
Of course. They will seem passive until you do something stupid. Until you do something stupid, then you'll realize the shock of your life.
Perhaps that was the point.
Jagatai taught it to me,
said Horus in answer to a question of the Emperor's.
He called it the Zhao. I can't pull it off anything like as fast as the Warhawk, but I made a passable fist of it.
Sejanus saw Horus as being modest. Not enough to keep pride from his voice, but just on the right side of arrogant.
You and Jagatai were always close,
said the Emperor as they marched between the proud lines of Lunar Wolves.
Of all of us, even me, I think you know him best.
And I hardly know him at all,
admitted Horus.
It is how he was made,
said the Emperor, and Sejanus thought he detected a note of profound regret. They marched between the thousands of cheering legionaries, leaving the embarkation deck and moving up through the grandest processionals of the vengeful spirit. Companies of lunar wolves peeled off the higher they went, until only Ezekiel's Justirian elite and the Mournival remained.
The Mournival. Is that like Horus' inner circle? Because they keep saying Mournival. This is like the second time I've heard of this group of people. Okay. Mournival. Okay, hopefully I spelled it correctly there.
They marched down the Avenue of Glory and Lament, the soaring antechamber with embossed columns of dark wood that bore the weight of a shimmering crystalline roof, through which the roiling, plasmic death throes of the greenskin fleet could be relished. Coffered panels running fully half the length of the avenue bore hand-painted lists of names and numbers, and the march to the bridge only stopped when the Emperor paused to kneel by the newest panel.
The dead?
Asked the Emperor, and Sejanus heard the weight of uncounted years in the simple question.
All those where the spirit was present,
said Horus.
So many.
Spirit? What spirit? There is no spirit in the Imperial Truth. What are you saying, Horus the Prakau? And the Emperor also, he just walked over that part where he just said that word. Interesting. Spirit.
And so many more yet to come,
said the Emperor.
We must make it all worthwhile, you and I. We must build a galaxy fit for heroes.
We could fill this hall 100 times over, and it would still be a price worth paying to see the Crusade triumphant.
I hope it will not come to that.
The stars are our birthright. Wasn't that what you said? Make no mistakes, and they will be ours.
I said that.
You did, on Cthonia, when I was but a foundling.
The Emperor stood and put a mailed gauntlet upon Lupercal's shoulder, the gesture of a proud father.
Then I must prove worthy of your trust,
said the Emperor. Lupercal watched his warriors race to battle from the golden bridge of his father's vessel. He wished he was part of the initial wave, the first to set foot on Goro's alien surface. A wolf of ash and fire, bestriding the world as an avenging destroyer god. Destroyer? No, never that.
You wish you were with them, don't you?
Asked the Emperor. Horus nodded, but didn't turn from the viewing bay.
I don't understand,
said Horus, feeling the might of his father's presence behind him.
What don't you understand?
Why wouldn't you let me go with my sons?
You always want to be first, don't you?
Is that so bad?
Of course not. But I need you elsewhere.
Here,
said Horus, unable to mask his disappointment.
What good will I do from here?
The Emperor laughed.
You think we're going to watch this abomination die from here?
Horus turned to face the Emperor, now seeing his father was fit for battle. Towering and majestic in his gold-chased warplate of eagle wings and a bronze mantle of woven mail. A blue steel...
The Emperor is going to battle with Horus and the custodians. Yeah, no, this is really special.
Sword was unsheathed, rippling with potent psychic energies. Custodians attended him, weapons at the ready, upon the largest teleporter array Horus had ever seen.
I believe you call it a spear tip,
said the Emperor.
Okay, so they're going to become the spear tip of this invasion on this orc planet. Okay, alright. Oh wait, part 1, Cthonia. Hold on guys, let me just write that down. So Horus always wants to be first. He doesn't want to share his successes even the success of his legion. He wants to be the first one there to do everything and say that it was I did this. Horus, okay. Great Crusade.
We were there, the day Horus slew the Emperor, the murder of humanity's golden era, and the enslavement to a grim dark future of only war. The 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind, by the will of the gods, and the master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, from whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may never truly die. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloodiest regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods. An Imperium forged by the betrayal of the Emperor's most beloved son, Horus Lupercal. But how did the Imperium's shining beacon, the face of humanity's great hope, fall to corruption? His story begins in the 30th millennium. Like gleaming gems, the stars illuminate the night sky. The vast emptiness of space, in isolated pockets, planets and life blooms, once conquered in a long-lost golden age of mankind. Cthonia turned under its sun. What had once been a jewel of civilization had been mined, tunneled and gutted of worth. Over the millennia humanity had lived upon it. Great cities that towered in enormous hives, and cavernous layers housed the cramped squabble of humanity. The collapse of mankind's federation, millennia before, had withered Cthonia in resources and in societal structure.
You know, it seems like all of these, well, most of the Primarchs, their homeworlds are just ravaged, over-industrialized, smoke-filled hellholes that are controlled by tyrannical regimes. Some of them, on other planets, they were made as slaves, and it's just a miserable place for many of these Primarchs wherever they've landed. There are some exceptions like Jagatai Khan. His world, I would say, it's really natural, really pristine. Rolling hills, vast grasslands, just nature at its finest. Jagatai Khan had that world. I think also, who else? Perturabo, his homeworld was also mountainous place, not really filled with too much technology or industrialization to the point where the planet's covered with smog and having global warming situations. So Perturabo, Jagatai Khan, who else? I'm not sure. Maybe Gilliman. Maybe Gilliman's homeworld also was pristine and well kept in terms of the environment. I think Gilliman as well. Maybe also Rogel Dawn also comes from a world that's also ecologically peaceful. But most of the Primarchs come from very depressing and just sad state of affairs on their worlds. And I guess Horus Lupercal is joining in that group that come from a planet that's just been ravaged by human over excessiveness and industrialization. Yeah.
A near lawless state, ruled by the various infighting hive gangs, battled over the scraps. Smog and dust filled the gloom that hung to the planet's surface, the soot filling the people's lungs. In the warrens deep below the surface, a low rumbling shook, an unnerving shake that seemed to settle in the weeks following, one that Kar Geddon and his gang could not place, until a child was found, wandering in the dark. The brutal reality of life in this lawless place, in the near lightless existence, would permeate this child. He would fight, he would almost starve, he would kill, but at times he would look up to the stars and wonder, until after nearly a decade, he found something that felt like a dream. The shattered ruins of a device so advanced, so arcane. Welling up within the child, he felt memories and truth slam into his mind. He was no man. He was beyond that. He was not of this world. His mind and body were the height of human potential. A name stuck out, like it was blazed across his soul. I am Horus. In the wake of this realization, golden-eagled ships plummeted through the atmosphere of Cthonia, an army decorated in brilliant gold, and finery stood aside to reveal the perfection that made even Horus weep. The Emperor of mankind.
Wait, hold on. So, did Horus take over his homeworld? Did he control the planet of Cthonia, like his other brothers? Because it seems that the Amber King is skipping, his life journey on his homeworld before the Emperor comes and says, "Hey, my son, welcome to the Imperium of Man. I've been looking for you." It seems like we're just jumping over that part of the story, if there is a part of that story where he takes over Cthonia. Yeah, I think that's also important to state, like all the other Primarch stories that we've been hearing on the Amber King, the Amber King's channel. Yeah, how did Cthonia come under the control of Horus, or did he fail at attempting to do that? Yeah.
His father had come, the Imperium of Man, the expanding empire from terror. Horus learned as the light of the throne world illuminated his eyes. They sailed the very stars themselves, as Horus left Cthonia for the planet of his creation. For a young man who had only known the brutal and toxic life of Chthonian slums, to the tide of imperial might and sophistication, it almost overwhelmed him. But what expanded his knowledge of culture and creed was nothing compared to what he learned of himself. He was a Primarch, a superhuman being created by the Emperor and forged from his own genetic material. But all this sense of wonder came crashing down, as Horus learned he was not alone.
I'm just wondering about the Primarchs. When the Emperor told them, you have a piece of my genetic DNA in you, why don't they ask, do we have a mother? Who is our mother? If you are our father, who is our mother? Because I'm sure they come from worlds where people have children, where they see that there's a mother, there's a father, and then there's the child being created by the mother and the father. So have they asked their father, do we have a mother? Where is she? What's her name? But anyways, yeah.
He was one of 20. He had brothers, but they were not here. They too had been scattered across the stars in a terrible accident. From those golden eyes his father told him of the Great Crusade, the conquest and reunification of mankind across the stars. The galaxy was mankind's birthright, and like the lost colonies, humanity was set upon all sides by infighting, xenos and mutants. For mankind to survive, it had to be united. Would he, Horus, help? The Emperor asked. The true purpose of mankind is to bear the torch of truth aloft and shine it, even into the darkest places. To share our forensic, unforgiving, liberating understanding with the dimmest reaches of the cosmos.
Forensic and liberated understanding of the cosmos. Yeah, continue.
To emancipate those shackled in ignorance, to free ourselves and others from false gods, and to take our place at the apex of sentient life. The Emperor needed him to be his general, his Primarch, his son. Horus knelt before the Emperor and gave his allegiance.
And what if he said no? What were you going to do then, Emperor? I know you are asking him, right? And I'm sure without a doubt you know he's going to say yes. But what if he said no at that very moment? What were you going to do? I wonder. What was going to be your plan to try and coerce your son to work for you?
A crescendo of joy, a feeling of belonging, a feeling of dire importance that he was needed for this great task swelled within him. Yes, he would fight. He would create the golden era of humanity to come. He would be the example his father needed him to be. For 3 decades, father and son stood side by side as the fleets of the Imperium launched to the corners of the galaxy. From the Emperor himself, Horus was gifted with the finest armor and arms, fed physical training and knowledge from the greatest scholars and orators the Imperium had at hand. All of it was taken in and mastered at a speed far beyond any mortal man. And then came the greatest gift of all, a legion of warriors crafted from his own genetic material, recruited from the finest warriors of Terra, the Lunar Wolves, the 16th Legion. Sons to Horus, as he was a son to the Emperor. Even Horus himself was astounded, many of his sons bearing a strong resemblance to his own face. The sons of Horus, he named them affectionately. After years, to Cthonia Horus returned with his Terran-born sons. From the slums and underground gangs, Horus welcomed the best into the ranks of his Lunar Wolves. In his youth he had explored the very depths of his adopted homeworld, beyond the deepest ore delvings, where the insane and crippled waited to die. He even ventured beneath the dripping cadaver pits, avoiding the screeching murder horsebecks with their disemboweling knives and organ cloaks. Cthonia was a warren of nightmarish rookeries, filled with unimaginable horrors at every turn. It was claustrophobic tunnels lit with pulsating light from magma fissures.
It kind of sounds like Nostromo, in a way.
Thick with ash and a toxic miasma that clogged the lungs, fouled the eyes and stained the soul. Here he would find new blood for the Legion. Here he would find men who understood him, who grew up just like him. From the traditions born on Terra, the Primarch only built upon them, a meshing of the cunning but brutal Chthonians with the disciplined but rigid Terrans, alloyed into one force. In their thousands, the brilliant white and scarlet crescent Lunar Wolves stood before the rising hope of the Imperium. Lupercal, Horus Lupercal, they cheered as the Legion set off to the stars and joined the Great Crusade. To stand before Horus, even the Imperium's enemies wanted to kneel. His very presence hit like a wave, the fire of his spirit, the power and purpose behind every word and action made others want to follow him. Cthonia had shaped him, and the Emperor had perfected him. Horus knew the effect he had on others, and played into it. Only the astute around him could pick up on the rough Chthonian accent that he steered into. He was the charming king, a little rough around the edges. The Machiavellian prince who was the champion of the people, above them and yet one of them. Illuminate them, my sons, Horus declared, as armed with the imperial truth and the hand of civilization and unity, Horus and the Lunar Wolves brought world upon world into compliance.
But you see, when I say that he reminds me of a politician, he has like this two-faced kind of situation. One face that he shows to the public, and then the real self in him that we know from Cthonia, where he comes from hive gang, kind of tradition or culture, and maybe they do things differently in Cthonia in terms of, talking to other people. It's far more, in your face and far more violent in a way, probably, because he comes from a very violent and gang-filled planet. But then now he has this political face that he has to show up for people so that they can see he's this charming, wonderful man. Yes, he may not be one of us, but he does feel like he is one of us, Until that mask that he creates starts cracking and it falls off. Yeah, like any politician.
For 30 years, Horus was the lone Primarch. The other legions looking on in envy to the 16th, who could stand beside their Gene Father. Elements of the 3rd and 19th Legion were auxiliary to his command as the Imperium began to grow. Legends were born and forged as Primarch and Legion battled non-compliant colonies and Xenos. First Captain Abaddon, Hasta Sejanus, Horus Aximand, Tarik Togadan, his Mournival, his closest sons and advisors.
The only one I hear there is Abaddon. The only one I know and I hear is Abaddon. Everybody else, you are extras for now, The only one I know is Abaddon.
Whose nature and temperament were a cultured alloyed mix, meant to represent each side of his mind, and a tempered voice to calm his worst impulses. He was the Lupercal, a figure beloved by all, a face remembered by millions upon thousands of worlds, one who had no equal bar the Emperor, who stood so far above him, until that day. From the Fenris system, the Emperor of mankind summoned Horus. The reunion of father and son was a momentous and joyous occasion cut short, as the Emperor presented to Horus an equal, Leman Russ. A brother, a Primarch, a primitive barbarian king. How long had Horus dreamt of this moment? How much had he played in his head? The fair-haired giant stood before him, knotted muscle and a glare so furious it could kill. Horus was bereft. He was no longer alone. He should not care, but he did. He was jealous. He was embarrassing himself. Sensing his son's resentment, the Emperor rested a hand on Horus's shoulder. The touch sent shivers into Horus's soul. Loving devotion welled in his heart that he could not deny, try as he might. Horus basked in the Emperor's attention. He was jealous. He would have to share the golden attentions of his father with another. The years they shared seemed reduced to an eye blink. He thought they would last for all time, and just like that they were done. In that
he's like he's like an only child that has just been introduced to their sibling, like for example, like you've been told after school that your mother has given birth to your sister or to your younger brother, and you're all excited and happy. You go to the hospital, you go see this child, and then you realize that, hey, my parents love this baby more than me. they have all the attention on that child except me, and you kind of have that jealousy about it. So yeah, he's kind of having that situation right now, with Lehman Russ coming into the picture. He's still your father, Horus. If you want to believe he's your father, he's still your father. I don't believe he's your father. I believe he sees you as a tool, but that's just my own opinion. But he's still your father.
That moment, everything changed forever. If I cannot trust you to learn how to work with the others, and lead them as the first of my sons, then I have overestimated you. The Emperor's words stung Horus, as he realized the great responsibility placed upon his shoulders.
Damn, the Emperor put him in his place right there. Like, hey, you better become that elder brother that's required here. If you don't, then really you've disappointed me. Wow.
He was the first found son. He had to quash his jealousy, to be the brother his siblings needed, to guide them as the Emperor had guided him. Though Horus found it hard to hide his disgust at these primitive Fenrisians, but who was he to judge? Had he and the hive gangs of Cthonia not been polished into gems? Could this not be the same for others? Decades began to pass, and more of them were found.
More of them. Not Primarchs, not brothers, them. Oh.
More of his brothers, each of them utterly unique, shaped by their worlds just as Cthonia had shaped him, all added to this growing Imperium. Horus often fulfilling the role of ingratiator to Imperial ways. All Primarchs stood before the great Lupercal and fell for that winning smile, an inviting demeanor. Mortarion, Alpharius, and even the Khan found a bond with the Master of the 16th. Horus only finding difficulty in his bond with Corvus Corax. The Lunar Wolves and Horus had fought for nearly 2 centuries of war. At the head of the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, the Imperium Horus had been brought into almost seemed like a distant memory. The military, administration and scale had magnified tenfold since those early years, when he was the lone Primarch. He and his legion now had a history and a culture that spanned centuries. 20 legions. Now there were some that even outnumbered his, led by brothers he respected greatly, such as the Lion, Gilliman and Dawn, who had all built reputations that sung across thousands of worlds.
I wonder how is it possible that the other legions have surpassed the Lunar Wolves in numbers, since Horus Lupercal was one of the first Primarchs to join in the Great Crusade. I wonder how is it possible that the 16th Legion isn't one of the biggest legions in the Crusade. Is it because of the gene seed? Is the gene seed difficult to be, introduced to any candidate? And, maybe many candidates are dying from the implantation of having a gene seed inside them or something. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Many times Horus had brought worlds into compliance through diplomacy and negotiation, but once again, he found he had to unleash the wolves upon an enemy. The scrap world of Goro, deep in junkyard space of the Telon Reach. The Greenskin Empire that once claimed dominion over its stars was in flames, assailed on all sides by the inexhaustible armies of the Imperium. The aliens' empire was being overturned, their muddy fortress world burning, but not quickly enough. The armada of the 16th and the Greenskins clashed in a shower of munitions and flame. The engagement volume became a swirling free-fire zone, an impossibly tangled mass of entwined warships, columns of lasfire, torpedo contrails and explosive debris fields. Void War engagements normally fought at ranges of tens of thousands of kilometers, now began so close that Orc marauders with crude rocket packs were launching boarding actions.
The Orcs do love their close-quarter battles.
Horus held the fleet as the two engaged to a stalemate, until another fleet had arrived. Space parted as though cut open by the sharpest edge. Amber light spilled out, brighter than 1,000 suns, and simultaneously existing in many realms of perception. The blade that cut the void open slid through the passage it had made, but this was no blade. This was a void-born colossus of gold and marble, a warship of inhuman proportions. Its prow was eagle-winged and magnificent, its length studded with vast cities of statuary and a palace of war.
The Emperor is here. Personally. Ooh.
It was a starship, but a starship unlike any other, built for the most peerless individual the galaxy had ever known. This was the flagship of the Emperor himself, the Imperator Somnium. The green-skinned fleet broke.
Wait. The Imperator Somnium? I thought his flag vessel was the Bucephalus. Yes, I thought his flagship was the Bucephalus. Okay. Imperator Somnium. Okay, let me write that down. Wow, so he has 2 flag vessels. Man, it must be nice being the Emperor. You know, like rich billionaires, they show us their car garages with so many vehicles, so many super vehicles. Yeah, the Emperor has got... he's showing off his latest acquisition of a flag vessel. Imperator Somnium. Nice name. Okay. So here's the Bucephalus, here's the Imperator Somnium. What else does he have? Does he have a third one, maybe?
As the Emperor arrived, the master of mankind went without a helm, his noble countenance bearing a wreath of golden laurels about his brow. Even from a distance it was the face of a being worthy of eternal fealty, conceivable only as an impression of wonder and light. No god ever demanded respect and honor more. No earthly ruler had ever been so beloved by all. From the thousands of serfs and soldiers, even to the Astartes, they wept at the majesty of his being. Such distilled humanity, perfected into one form. No one would miss the sight as father and son embraced. Before, Horus had struggled to gaze upon that face, but he met those golden liquid eyes of his father and felt a well of emotion flood every fibre of his being. The two marched side by side, with the custodians and the Mournival resting near a monument to the dead. So many of Horus's sons had given their blood and their lives to build this Imperium, a sacrifice he felt keenly, even as he was willing to give more to see it through. The Emperor had come to Goro, and father and son would see this Xenos filth eliminated. Horus watched in envy as his sons declared their oaths of moment, drop pods falling towards the surface of Goro to confront the green-skinned menace. He wanted to join them, to be first. He always wanted to be first. What did that say about him? He looked to the Emperor with concern on his face, only for a smile to reflect back. His father was fit for battle, towering and majestic in his golden chased warplate, of eagle wings and a bronze mantle of woven mail. A blue steel sword was unsheathed, rippling with potent psychic energies. Custodians attended him, weapons at the ready, upon the largest teleporter array Horus had ever seen. This,
the 10,000 is going to fight. that 10,000 is going to fight. I'm happy. Guys, I like the custodians, you know. They are my favorite Imperium of Man faction. Truly.
Was the spear tip. In a flash of blue light, the scene upon the ship disappeared, as the rust-red dirt of Goro replaced it. At them, the Emperor bellowed as the custodians, Justerian Terminators, and Horus leapt upon the greenskins.
At them!
With an ear-shattering roar, the greenskins charged the Emperor in their hundreds, like iron filings to the most powerful magnet, knowing they would never find another foe so deserving of their rage. The Emperor killed them all, unstoppable in his purity of purpose, a crusade of billions distilled in one numinous being. Horus had fought alongside the Emperor for well over a century, but the sight of his father in battle still had the power to awe him.
Scott Buckley's Vanguard. Yes, I know the soundtrack. I love the soundtrack. Yes, let's go.
This was war perfected. Fulgrim could live 1,000 lifetimes and never achieve anything so wondrous. The greenskins fell in their thousands, as the master of mankind and his beloved son carved them apart. But then the ground began to shake violently. It tore from beneath them, as the Emperor extended a hand to his son. The Emperor fell. Horus fell. He felt the wind bash his face. As shards of rock impacted his body, he looked around to see brave Justerian and Custodes, who had leapt after their masters, their bodies smashing into sludge, as even their superhuman forms could not endure the impacts. Horus landed with a crash, his armor rent and broken in places, his wounds bad, but not fatal. Around him stood a vast chamber he knew to be the core of this world. Plasma leaked from enormous coils, a structure clearly built in a different age. Around the charging coils, a greenskin horde stood, crowding around the Emperor. Horus charged. Horus's sword was broken, his twin bolters empty of shells. The sword had snapped halfway along its length, the edge dulled from hewing countless greenskin bodies.
Then it's hand-to-hand combat. Use your fists, use your claw thingy. Yeah.
He fought his way onto a stepped bridge, killing scores of monstrously swollen orcs to reach a crumbling ledge just below the Emperor. Blood drenched him, his own and that of the orcs. His helmet was long gone, torn away in a grappling, gouging duel with an iron-tusked giant, with motorized crusher claws for arms and a fire-belching maw. He'd broken the beast over his knee and hurled its corpse from the bridge.
What is up with the Primarchs always breaking enemies on their knees? You know, I'm always hearing this, where Primarchs are always, you know, getting their enemies and breaking them on their knees, breaking their backs on their knees like that. I don't understand. Why do they like doing that maneuver? It's like their favorite way of killing people. But anyways, let's continue.
In front of him now he saw the Emperor and what he fought. An enormous, mechanized-clad orc beast. Horus had never seen anything like it. Anything so monstrous and deadly. Titanic clangs pounded Horus's ears as he saw his father use every ounce of strength to hold against the creature that loomed over him. Horus sprinted forward, gripping one of the warlord's mechanized arms, one bearing the spinning brass spheres and crackling tines of its lightning weapon. The arm's strength was prodigious, but centimeter by centimeter Horus forced it around. Lightning blasted from the weapon, burning Horus's hands black. Bone gleamed through the ruin of his flesh, but what was that pain when set against the loss of a father? Horus impaled the creature on its own weapon, and the beast howled as the Emperor used the opening. Horus felt the build-up of colossal psychic energies, and shielded his eyes as furious light built within the Emperor. power like nothing he'd ever seen his father wield, or even suspected he possessed. All-consuming, all-powerful. It was the power to extinguish life in every sphere of his existence. The Emperor unleashed it. Physical flesh turns to ash before it, and what ancient faith had once called a soul was burned out of existence.
Oh, so this is the first time he used his soul erasure warp technique. The same sort of a technique that he used against Horus later on, during the Horus Heresy. This is where it began. This is the first time he used this technique on another living being. Ah, okay. Or maybe he's used it before and we just don't know.
Never to cohere again. Nothing would ever remain of he who suffered such a fate. Their body and soul would pass from the finite energy of the universe to fade into memory and have all that they were wiped from the canvas of existence. This was as a complete death as it was possible to suffer. The Emperor brought his sword down as he eviscerated the beast's soul from the universe. Horus looked on in awe, unable to stop his mind drifting to the belief that a god stood before him. The creature lied dead as the coils of the world-core machine began to melt. Was this their end? Here, so much was left to achieve. Horus supported his wounded father as the Emperor uncurled his palm, releasing an energy that enveloped the incoming death. Horus stared into the event horizon and shuddered. A gnawing, great abyss of crawling chaos and unlimited potential. Howling voids where the combined lives of this galaxy were but motes reflected in the cosmic dust storm, an Empyrean realm of the Neverborn.
Oh, so they've entered into the warp. Okay.
Where nightmares were birthed in the fetid womb of mortal lust. Things of void-cold form writhed in the darkness, like a million snakes of ebon glass coiled in endless, slithering knots.
Wait, hold up. How is the Emperor able to enter into the warp with his son and not be affected by the environment that is the warp? Do they have like a mini portable Galliffield with them that protects the Emperor in the warp? Or is he using his psychic powers just to repel, the environment, the dangerous environment of the warp? I'm just wondering about that. Because what I know is that for any vessel to enter into the warp, it needs a Galliffield. And I'm assuming that also applies to any, living being that enters into the warp. It needs protection. But because it's the Emperor, he has the cheat codes. He has the cheat codes, he can do whatever he wants.
Horus stared deep into the abyss, repulsed and fascinated by the secret workings of the universe. A sight he would never forget even if he wanted to. The warp. Goro had been cleansed. Horus looked to his father, overjoyed by their survival, cherishing this rare moment that father and son could once again fight side by side on the field of battle. Though a part of him was unnerved. The warp had always been a dimension of mystery. Even he did not fully understand. Not the Xenos that lived there, but the gaze into the abyss had shown him something that knotted within. An answer to a question he feared to ask his father. As the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet left Goro, new orders came in. A joint compliance in union with Jagatai Khan, and Robute Gilliman towards the Orc Empire centered on the planet Ulanor. Like a claw, the forces under Horus closed around the Xenos menace, leaving one last strike at the heart. The force was massive. 100,000 space marines, 8 million Imperial Army troops, and hundreds.
Whoa. 100,000 space marines, but 8 million human, Imperium of Man soldiers. 8 million. Man, that is something I would wish to see. like in a TV series or a movie. Really, if they make something like that one day, I want to see that happen. The 3 legions come into Ullanor, and with the 100,000 Astartes, but then the 8 million. What a sight! What a sight that would be.
Hundreds of spacecraft launched against a green tide never encountered before. Mountains of greenskins fell, and Horus and his Justarian Terminators made a gambit for the throat. Warboss Urg at his tower found the clambering black armoured mass of Terminators, smashing into his own guard. The tide of gore and brutal melee almost swallowed Horus up, but the Primarch forced himself through, crippling Warboss Urg and launching his body from the tower.
He probably broke his back on the knee as well. He's like, what? Then, out you go.
To fall amongst his own force. The greenskins broke as the Lunar Wolves and Imperial Guard annihilated every last one of them. Ullanor was cleansed. In the wake of this victory, the world of Ullanor was transformed. A parade ground the size of cities was carved and paved in only weeks. The forces of the Imperium were gathered in the largest display of Imperial might that humanity had ever seen. Billions of mortal men and women from thousands of worlds, hundreds of thousands of Astartes gathered for the triumph.
Billions of human beings from all over the galaxy. Billions. Just for a parade on one planet, billions of people. How do you feed them? How do you house them? How do they get to the celebration grounds? And then you have to add in transportation. You have to add in logistics. That's crazy. What the Imperium of Man could do in its golden age.
Horus knew what was coming. The rumours of the Emperor's departure from the front lines of the Great Crusade had been building for years. Someone would have to assume the mantle. Upon a balcony alone, Horus reflected upon the weight of responsibility that role would ask of him.
Wait, how did you know it was going to be you? How sure are you that it's going to be you, Horus Lupercal? And if it's not you, what are you going to do then? Are you going to accept yourself being led by another brother? Someone who's not been there since the beginning like you have? Are you prepared to allow yourself to be led by someone else? I don't think you are. Your ego is just too big. It's just too big. It cannot allow itself to be controlled by someone else. No ways. But the fact that you're so sure that it's going to be you, that's a bit weird. But yeah, you want to be first.
Was he worthy? Were his brothers who had risen up so much since those early days not also be worthy? Dawn, Guilliman, and begrudgingly the Lion.
I'm thinking about Guilliman. I don't know about all those other ones like Dawn or the Lion, Lionel Johnson. I'm not sure about them. But Guilliman, yes. Guilliman, yes. Because of his managerial abilities. No one else has it like him. No one. And we need someone like that to manage the Imperium of Man. The warriors must do the warrior stuff. Fighting, killing, conquering. Yeah, you go do that stuff. He'll be managing how the food, the ammunition, the resources, the other forms of support that you'll need as the legions gets to you as soon as possible. So yeah, I would have wanted Guilliman to become the Warmaster. But anyways.
He was the first found son, but yet they were all meant to be equals. What would he do if another was chosen above him? Would he be jealous? Yes, he would. he admitted, but he would also support them as a brother should. But the Emperor was going to ask him to do this. How could he refuse? He had been prepared for this role since his discovery. He would be the brother to unite the others. Was there any other who could command equal respect and love? Only he could be the balance between them. Only he could be the symbol. The beloved Horus Lupercal. Down a parade line, miles long, stood mortal and superhuman warriors in numbers that stretched beyond the eye could see, with music, cheers and flags blowing in the wind. The master of mankind strode towards a throne. All wept at the majesty of this perfect being. His very image was like a sunrise within their souls, and fathomless, golden eyes, leaking wisdom and temperance. Some fell to their knees as their minds struggled to accept the immensity of what they saw, or who they saw. Horus strode towards his father and knelt. A laurel was placed upon his brow as he accepted the title of Warmaster. The parade ground erupted in cheers at the celebration of imperial might and excellence. Horus rose to meet his father, only to ask, why? Why was he returning back to Terra? Only for the Emperor to reveal nothing. Only the importance of his work and its secrecy. Horus smiled, pretending that he did not feel pain at having been excluded from his father's council. Why? After everything they had been through, was he not trustworthy? Horus, squashing his tumultuous feelings, stood before the crowd and his brothers, and drank in the glory, feeling more alive than he ever had before. Everything had changed. The Imperium switched upon a new paradigm, as now the weight of the Great Crusade fell onto Horus's shoulders. Many of his brothers congratulated him. Some were supportive, some were silent, and others were dissenting, but all submitted before the new Warmaster. The expeditionary fleets left the orbit of Ulanor as they continued the Great Crusade. Horus's 63rd Expeditionary Fleet grew exponentially. From the core of remembrances, poets, artists, chroniclers, and scholars, a new administrative arm was bound to the fleet. From Terra, the Emperor had established a council, filled with mortal men and women to help rule the vast empire. A
The Council of Terra.
seniority that Horus kowtowed to, even as he became frustrated at their constant demands and lack of nuance. The constant flow of administration bombarded Horus every day, a weight alleviated by his Mournival. Abaddon, Horus Aximand, Tarik Torgadon, and beloved Hasta Sejanus. The court of the Warmaster was a civilization unto itself.
Basically, the Imperium of Man became a mobile empire the moment Horus became the Warmaster. The capital of this mobile empire is the Vengeful Spirit. You know, this is now where the Imperium of Man's court is being held, where the cabinet is having its meetings, where the head of state, the deputy or de facto head of state now resides. So yeah, essentially the Imperium of Man has become a mobile empire directed by Horus Lupercal, and his vessel, the Vengeful Spirit, is the capital city.
A bustling hub that led the reconquest of the stars. The hope and pride was felt from the top to the bottom, from the Astartes such as Garviel Loken to the mortal men such as Kirill Sinderman, Euphrates Keeler, and Mercedes Olaton. It would only be a few short years into the reign of the Warmaster Horus that the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet encountered a system ruled by a so-called Imperium of Man. The humour was not lost upon Horus of this 9-planet system.
Like, what are the chances that there'll be another empire called the Imperium of Man? Huh. Wow.
Ruled by this emperor, but still emissaries were sent led by Hasta Sejanus. But this olive branch was spat upon, as the imperial diplomat and their guards were murdered. The idea of another emperor unpalatable to this pocket realm.
Wait, so Sejanus is dead? Damn.
Murder of Hasta Sejanus wounded Horus. He had been there since those early days upon Cthonia. Nearly 2 centuries of friendship gone in an instant. He wanted revenge. Who would blame him? The execution of emissaries was a justification, but Horus swallowed the pain. He was the Warmaster. He had to be seen as a symbol. He had to do what was best for the Imperium. Horus sent another emissary contingent. One last attempt, headed by his equerry Malagurst.
That's very magnanimous of you, Horus, you know. Because if it were me, I'm going to make an example. I'm going to blow up stuff. I'm going to light up a city or two just to say, hey. I tried the nice way. I tried it the diplomatic way. You spat in my face. And now I'm taking it drastically up a notch. I'm going to give you an example of what is capable or what is possible. And if you don't comply, you are dying, all of you. I would have been very upfront and violent with these people, you know. But you are showing a side I did not expect, really. Okay. But yeah.
Only for his ships to be fired upon. The War of 6319 had begun. The lunar wolves were unleashed. A crushing wave that mortal defenders could not stand against. Even this so-called Emperor's Guard, who utilized cloaking technology. 6319 was scarred and burned when the call came in.
Wait a minute, scarred and burned? No, wait, but there's some valuable technology there that you could use. Cloaking technology. I don't know who else in the Imperium of Man has access to something like that. Maybe the Officio Assassinorum has cloaking technology, but I mean, really, this type of technology, you guys should make sure that you're able to acquire it before destroying the entire civilization. Oh, that's very interesting. Cloaking technology.
From Captain Garviel Loken, this emperor wished to surrender to Horus himself, but it was a trap, sprung by Loken and his squad, the explosion throwing many from the throne room's height to fall to their deaths. Loken held on to the edge, his grip failing until a teleportation flare almost blinded him. A giant hand grabbed his, as Loken looked into the face of his gene father. He looked like a giant, a god amongst men. His armor was white gold, like the sunlight at dawn. Robes fluttered behind, haloing the beautiful radiant face. The Warmaster Horus Lupercal had arrived. Loken stuttered and looked at his Primarch in awe. Not so formal, Garvey, the Warmaster said, as again one of Horus's sons basked in his presence. The war had been short and bloody, as did most affairs that concerned Astartes. The compliance of 6319 had been achieved, but rebel elements still lingered. The death of Sejanus had been a somber time, for a figure so adored by Horus and the Legion. But still Horus would show dignity, asking his brother Rogel Dawn, who was accompanying his fleet in support of his ascension to Warmaster. He asked him to attend as imperial representatives for this so-called Emperor's funeral, a preservation for the people of 6319. But one problem had arisen. The alloy of the Mournival was missing an element, one filled by a man of honor and direct speech, one whose ascension was recommended by even Dawn himself, Captain Garviel Loken, a man of courage, of directness, a naysayer to Abaddon's fanaticism, one whose first task was to suggest an idea of a last small task force assault on the last pocket of resistance. Loken, realizing that Horus used him as a springboard for this very idea before the court of the Warmaster, cultivating the image of a peacemaker who reluctantly had to listen to his sons when reason had failed. The image of Warmaster was a careful facade Horus had to cultivate.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like I've said before, he has a politician kind of mind about him. So yeah, it's not really a surprise.
One watched by all the worlds of the Imperium, by billions of mortal men. A balance played masterfully. Loken, Vipus, Jubal, and 10th Company descended down to 6319, as Horus and his navigator waited patiently for news. When a spike of warp energy was detected, reports came in that shocked Horus and the Mournful to the core. A legionary had turned upon their own. 6 brothers dead at the hands of Xavier Jubal. Astartes killing Astartes. It was unthinkable. A tragedy ended by Loken as a seemingly possessed marine screamed the words, "Samus is here."
Samus? Samus is here. Oh, okay.
I spoke to Kyril Sinderman,
He said, and took a sip of the wine. He nodded to himself before continuing, as if surprised at its quality.
Poor Kyril. Such a terrible thing to endure. He's even speaking of spirits, you know. Sinderman, the arch-prophet of secular truth, speaking of spirits. I put him right, naturally. He mentioned spirits were a concern of yours too.
Kyril convinced me that it was a plague at first, but I saw a spirit. A demon. Take hold of Xavier Jubal and remake his flesh into the form of a monster.
You don't say.
I saw a demon take hold of Jubal's soul and turn him against his own kind.
No, you didn't.
Sir?
Horus smiled.
Allow me to illuminate you.
Oh yes. What's up with this illuminating? Everybody is illuminating everybody else. You know, the Emperor is illuminating Horus, Horus is illuminating the Legion is illuminating the populace of the galaxy. Hey, this word.
I'll tell you what you saw, Garviel. It is a secret thing, known to a very few, though the Emperor, beloved of all, knows more than any of us. A secret, Garviel, more than any other secret we are keeping today. Can you keep it? I'll share it, for it will soothe your mind, but I need you to keep it solemnly.
The Warmaster took another sip.
It was the warp, Garviel.
The warp.
Of course it was. We know the power of the warp and the chaos it contains. We've seen it change men. We've seen the wretched things that infest its dark dimensions. I know you have. On Eridas, on Syrinx, on the bloody coast of Tassalon. There are entities in the warp that we might easily mistake for demons.
Sir, I have been trained in the study of the warp. I am well prepared to face its horrors. I have fought the foul things that pour forth from the gates of the Empyrean, and yes, the warp can seep into a man and transmute him. I have seen this happen, but only in Psychers. It is the risk they take, not in Astartes.
Do you understand the full mechanism of the warp, Garviel?
Horus asked. He raised the glass to the nearest light to examine the color of the wine.
No, sir, I don't pretend to.
Neither do I, my son. Neither does the Emperor, beloved by all, not entirely. It pains me to admit that, but it is the truth, and we deal in truths above all else. The warp is a vital tool to us, a means of communication and transport. Without it, there would be no Imperium of Man, for there would be no quick bridges between the stars. We use it, and we harness it, but we have no absolute control over it. It is a wild thing that tolerates our presence, but brooks no mastery. There is power in the warp, fundamental power, not good nor evil, but elemental and anathema to us. It is a tool we use at our own risk.
The Warmaster finished his glass.
Okay. I agree with what I'm hearing so far. Continue.
And set it down.
Spirits, demons. Those words imply a greater power, a fiendish intellect and a purpose, an evil archetype with cosmic schemes and stratagems. They imply...
Well, it's true. They exist. They're right there.
A god or gods at work behind the scenes. They imply the very supernatural state that we have taken great pains through the light of science to shake off. They imply sorcery and a palpable evil.
He looked across at Loken.
Spirits, demons, the supernatural, sorcery. These are words we have allowed to fall out of use, for we dislike the connotations, but they are just words. What you saw today, call it a spirit, call it a demon, the words serve well enough. Using them does not deny the clinical truth of the universe as man understands it. There can be demons in a secular cosmos, Garviel, just so long as we understand the use of the word.
Meaning the warp.
Meaning the warp. Why coin new terms for its horrors when we have a bounty of old words that might suit us just as well?
Yeah, okay.
Use the words alien and xenos to describe the inhuman filth we encounter in some locales. The creatures of the warp are just aliens too, but they are not life forms as we understand the term. They are not organic. They are extra-dimensional, and they influence our reality in ways that seem sorcerous to us, or supernatural, if you will. So let's use all those lost words for them. Demons, spirits, possessors, changelings. All we need to remember is that there are no gods out there in the darkness, no great demons and ministers of evil.
Oh, really? Really? Hey, Horus. You know what makes this even more fun is that you're saying it with such confidence. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, this guy.
There is no fundamental, immutable evil in the cosmos. It is too large and sterile for such melodrama.
Right?
There are simply inhuman things that oppose us, things we were created to battle and destroy. Are orcs, Gaikan, Teshepta, Kalikid, Eldar, Jakera, and the creatures of the warp, which are stranger than all, for they exhibit powers that are bizarre to us because of the otherness of their nature.
Logan rose to his feet. He looked around the lamplit room, and hearing the moaning of the mountain wind outside.
I have seen psychers taken by the warp, sir. I have seen them change and bloat in corruption. But I have never seen a sound man taken. I have never seen an Astartes so abused.
It happens,
Horus replied. He grinned.
Does that shock you? I'm sorry, we keep it quiet. The warp can get into anything if it so pleases. Today was a particular triumph for its ways. These mountains are not haunted, as the myths report, but the warp is close to the surface here. That fact alone has given rise to the myths. Men have always found techniques to control the warp, and the folk here have done precisely that. They let the warp loose upon you today, and brave Jubal paid the price.
Why him?
Why not him? He was angry at you for overlooking him, and his anger made him vulnerable. The tendrils of the warp are always eager to exploit such chinks in the mind. I imagine the insurgents hoped that scores of your men would fall under the power they had let loose, but 10th Company had more resolve than that. Samus was just a voice from the chaotic realm that briefly anchored itself to Jubal's flesh. You dealt with it well. It could have been far worse.
You are sure of this, sir?
Ingmei Singh, Mistress of Astropaths, informed me of a rapid warp spike in this region just after you disembarked. The data is solid and substantive. The locals used their limited knowledge of the warp, which they probably understood as magic, to unleash the horror of the Empyrean upon you as a weapon.
Why have we been told so little about the warp, sir?
Because so little is known. Do you know why I am Warmaster, my son?
Because you're a tool. A very good tool. A dependable tool.
You are the most worthy.
Horus laughed, and, pouring another glass of wine, shook his head.
I am Warmaster, Garviel, because the Emperor is busy. He is not retired to Terra because he is weary of the Crusade. He has gone there because he has more important work to do.
More important than the Crusade?
So he said to me. After Ulanor, he believed the time had come when he could leave the crusading work in the hands of the Primarchs so that he might be freed to undertake a still higher calling.
Which is?
Loken waited for an answer, expecting some transcendent truth. What the Warmaster said was,
I don't know. He didn't tell me. He hasn't told anyone.
Horus paused for what seemed like an age, and the wind banged against the longhouse shutters.
Not even me,
Horus whispered. Loken sensed a terrible hurt in his commander, a wounded pride that he, even he, had not been worthy enough to know this secret. In a second, the Warmaster was smiling at Loken again, his dark mood forgotten.
He didn't want to burden me. But I'm not a fool. I can speculate. As I said, the Imperium would not exist but for the warp. We are obliged to use it, but we know perilously little about it. I believe that I am Warmaster because the Emperor is occupied in unlocking its secrets. He has committed his great mind to the ultimate mastery of the warp, for the good of mankind.
Well, you are almost correct. It's just that he's focusing on building the webway and not necessarily controlling or trying to understand the warp in its totality. Yeah, he's focusing on the webway.
He has realized that without final and full understanding of the immaterium, we will founder and fall, no matter how many worlds we conquer.
What if he fails?
He won't.
The Warmaster replied bluntly.
What if we fail?
We won't.
Oh, yeah, you won't.
Because we are his true servants and sons. Because we cannot fail him.
He looked at his half-drunk glass and put it aside.
I came here looking for spirit,
He joked.
and all I find is wine.
I came here looking for spirit, but all I find is wine. That's nice. Warmaster. Yeah, his little, lesson or illumination here was very funny, very, very funny. The fact that he says it with such confidence, spirits, demons, gods. Well, what are those things? They're just entities that live in the warp. They're aliens just like all the other aliens we fight against. Spirits. Please. There's no such thing as gods. There's no such thing as demons. They are just alien beings. Do not worry. Oh, gosh. Horus.
We know the power of the warp, and the chaos it contains. We've seen it change men. We've seen the wretched things that infest its dark dimensions. From those early days by the Emperor's side, Horus had been told very little of this warp. But yet the Imperium's survival rests upon this highway into a realm of madness. For most of his 2 centuries of war, Horus Lupercal had barely given it much thought outside of its logistical consequences. But something changed at Ulanor. It wasn't hard for Horus to discern why his father had left the front lines of the Great Crusade. He knew that his father was pursuing the mysteries of that dimension, so that mankind could have dominion over all. So why was he left out? He always wanted to be first to assault the enemy, first in his father's affection. How much had that day affected him? The day another Primarch was found, and his father's attention wasn't solely upon him. If he admitted it, he wanted to know what the Emperor was doing simply because he wanted to know before his brothers. He feels a distance growing between him and his father. The keeping of secrets, the ascension of his brothers and this new Council of Terror, his opinion of mortal bureaucrats who did not bleed for the Imperium he and his sons were building, was an opinion only known to his close Mournival.
But Horus, you must realize that you are tools of empire. You are not supposed to be the governors, the supreme lords that would govern the Imperium of Men. You are tools of empire. So of course, you Astartes and yourself might not have a happy ever after scenario after you guys have conquered the galaxy. Remember that you're doing this for mankind, not for Astartes kind, not for Primarch kind, for humankind, because that's what the Emperor has told you. So the fact that you're crying about this right now, that the High Lords of Terror and other human beings who are going to be taking over what we have fought for, that doesn't matter. You are a tool. Your Astartes are tools. This is your job. You are expected to fight and to die for the Emperor, no matter the cost. So the fact that humans are going to be taking over what you've done, it is how the Emperor has planned it, because you are a tool.
This only compounded by his struggle in this period of transition. Horus Lupercal is now Warmaster, the brother above brothers. He can feel his relationship changing with them, even the ones he was closest to. In his hands is the future decision of what kind of Warmaster he will be, what he will be remembered for. What is the great Horus Lupercal's legacy? He was a masterful orator, a charming man of the people, who in his rough Chthonian voice made his allies want to kneel and his enemies want to surrender. But every action and reaction, every word now came with the scrutiny of an entire empire, and the relentless ambassadors from the Council of Terror. With the compliance of 6319 fully achieved, the expeditionary fleet once again loosed its mooring. A distress call had come from a contingent of blood angels, one answered by the Emperor's children with the lunar wolves en route. The horizon from the ship's bridge dawned with light as they looked upon the world coined murder. Storms raged across the surface of this bleak world. The contingents of blood angels and Emperor's children had gone dark. The Vox returned no life signals, except for a strange music that seemed to emanate from the world. The blood angels were thought dead, but the Emperor's children contingent still had survivors. Lupercal. The lunar wolves roared as the drop pods descended down through a gap in the storm. The Imperial forces had been near butchered, by a violent arachnid Xenos race, equipped with pincers sharp enough to pierce ceramite plate. The dead and dying Astartes were hauled away to be spiked upon thorn trees. For
maybe this music is these creatures, talking to each other, or they're sending out a distress call to their kin across space to say, hey guys, we're in trouble, there's some aliens here shooting at us and killing us. Maybe it's something like that.
flying variants to feast upon. The prosecution by the 3rd Legion Captain Eidolon had been disastrous. A combat record full of bull-headed decisions and no accountability. A concern Horus would have to direct to his brother Fulgrim. They were close. Fulgrim being one of Horus's greatest supporters, his friend. But it concerned him that this temperament of warrior had risen so high in rank. Led by Tarik Torgadon, the extraction had been successful and aptly timed. And then Horus smiled. As a new fleet emerged from the warp, Sanguinius had arrived. The two brothers locked in a warm embrace. No two Primarchs, save Fulgrim and Ferris, were closer. They had fought side by side on numerous campaigns, spoken long into the night on many occasions, even held each other's secrets.
And it's just interesting that, Fulgrim and Ferris, Sanguinius and Horus and Fulgrim are going to kill their best friends. They're going to kill their best friends. One is going to be decapitated. The other one, his back is going to be broken on the knee of Horus. And he's going to be killed, essentially, by Horus. So, yeah.
One that Horus even kept from the Emperor. The cleansing of murder began. For 6 months, the Blood Angels, Lunar Wolves, and Emperor's Children reinforcements systematically annihilated the Megarachnids. The demolition of their trees, a tactic brought to light by Captain Tarvitz of the 3rd. Horus should have only been watching from the viewboards. An unexpected consequence of his ascension to Warmaster meant he could not be risked upon the field so easily. His duties to the Imperium were more than just war. He could not take to the field as much as he desired.
You are the head of state. Where have you ever seen a president, adorning armor and heading off to fight against their country's enemies? No. You're supposed to be in the office. You're supposed to be in the office, negotiating, talking, directing your empire to the next step. Not you on the battlefield. That's the realm of the generals and their subordinates. You are no longer a general. You are the Warmaster. Stop crying. Man, Horus Supercow is crying about many things. Not being first, not being told what his father's doing. Now the fact that he can't be on the battlefield. Hey.
But he would not dare let anyone outshine him, especially a brother, and so he fought side by side with Sanguinius. The war had been a brutal and bloody affair. Many legionaries lost, but compliance had been achieved. In confidence to Sanguinius.
Compliance or eradication? I don't think they're going to, form a compliance with the arachnid bugs on that planet called murder. They're going to exterminate them. So I don't think it's compliance. But okay, all right. The new colonists of the planet Murder. Interesting.
Horus let his guard down. He had concerns over the potential disagreement between him and Fulgrim, over his concerns during this campaign, and the temperament of Astartes his brother held close. Fulgrim was an ally. They could not be seen bickering, especially to the legions and Primarchs who did not respect Horus as much. Sanguinius told him it was a time for change. He needed to assert himself and his legion. Horus knew how others saw him in the 16th. The Chthonian-born barbarians. Gangers unfit for a role so close to the Emperor.
It's not like any of them came from better planets. It's not like any of these other Primarchs came from a far more amazing planet. Yes, there might be a few, but it doesn't matter about that. The Emperor chose you. Stop thinking about what your brothers are talking behind your back, about your legion and yourself as someone who comes from Cthonia. F that stuff. Focus on being the Warmaster. And stop going on the battlefield. Hey.
But Sanguinius was right. The Emperor had placed trust and the title upon him. Why not show that elevation on his legion too? But Horus was reluctant. He didn't want his legion to change. The victories, the fallen, the deeds earned under the name of Lunar Wolves was sacred to him. How could he erase that? But the Imperium had changed. A time was coming for his sons to evolve with that. A time would come when they would command the respect they deserved as the sons of Horus. In the conclusion of the campaign, all battle stations came to alert as an unknown fleet entered the system. Long and sleek silver-white ships. Some even twice the length of the Vengeful Spirit approached.
Yeah? Twice the length of the Vengeful Spirit. Whoa. Is it the Emperor again? No. They said long and sleek. And silver in color. No, it's not the Emperor. There's no gold.
The communiques came alive with chatter in a human voice. Did you not see the warning we left? What have you done here? The Interrex, a human federation, had come to examine their prison world of the Megarachnids.
Oh, okay. The Interrex. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That civilization was completely destroyed by Horus when he visited the planet. Right? He visited the planet. He was having negotiations with the leaders of the planet, and then they said the Interrex said that Horus stole something from them, and then all of a sudden they started going to war with each other. They destroyed the entire civilization, and another possible avenue for humanity was closed to us. Instead of having the Imperium of Man as the only alternative, we could have had a second one, and that was the Interrex civilization. But they were close to us, and now we're left with the Imperium of Man and its dark future. Yeah.
Only to find a mighty human fleet in orbit, and the world entirely cleansed of life. The delegation from the Interrex stood upon the deck of the Vengeful Spirit. Their arms and armor were fascinating and strange. Bows and swords, though clearly forged with greater technology. Their armor fit sleekly, unlike the bulkier Astartes' powered plate. There was sophistication in their demeanor and words. Their very language had evolved, to be accompanied by music, the tones shifting to fill in nuance. It became clear to Horus that these Interrex were a vast and advanced civilization that could be a jewel within the growing Imperium. They were the talk of the expedition, except for one detail. Xenos, the Kinnebrak, a humanoid alien race that had been integrated into the Interrex society for millennia. Their blue-black flesh, their jointed mouth and nose. The smell drew in looks of disgust around Horus's guard. The look upon Abaddon's face, clear for all to see.
I would have wanted to see that. I would have wanted to see his face. He must be like, disgusting. Disgusting Xeno. But Horus, as the Emperor stated, that we will suffer no Xeno existence. And if there's any planet that's not going to comply with this, any human-controlled planet that's not going to comply with this, then they must be erased. They must be destroyed. So I'm wondering, why did he decide that, you know what, I'm going to negotiate with this empire, the Interrex, when he knows it himself that the Emperor clearly stated that it's humans only. There's no other people are allowed to exist around this galaxy, within this galaxy. It's just humans. Total, complete. There's no space for anyone else. And now here comes the Interrex with their advanced technology, yes, but they have this Xeno problem. They have this Xeno problem right here that needs to be dealt with. I think that would have been a better reason why they would go to war with the Interrex. You know, instead of the Legion stealing some sort of trinket that belonged to the Interrex, then all of a sudden the Interrex start fighting against them. I would understand if there was an ultimatum given to the Interrex stating that it's either you kick out this Xeno race from your empire, or else we'll have to do it for you. Something to that effect. I'll understand that. But because of some sort of trinket, then billions of people have to die? Yeah.
The talks had only begun, but both sides were cautious. Horus re-entered into his inner chambers with Sanguinius and his Mournival. Immediately, the tension in the room escalated.
I'm sure it's Abaddon. He's making things very difficult out here. It's like they're coming up with Xeno races. No. We must destroy them. I'm sure Abaddon is shouting.
Abaddon snarling that they had to destroy them. You have no choice. They are in opposition of our ways. The defiance of his first captain infuriated Horus. He bellowed back he would do as he saw fit. Abaddon had overstepped.
No, but Abaddon has the right of it. You know, he has the right of it. He knows what is expected in this great crusade. You can suffer no Xeno, negotiation or talking basis with any Xeno race. They must go. They must go. And Abaddon knows that.
He roared over his son to leave as he shattered his drinking cup, but his anger melted as the first captain stomped away. Was this the way of Cthonia? Or the fire in his blood? Was it his fault? Was this the wolf he leashed tighter than some of his sons? It burned within because a part of him knew Abaddon was right. They were non-compliant. Their very civilization did not mix with the ideals of the Great Crusade. And yet, would he have to destroy another civilization? Was this to be his legacy as Warmaster? The Emperor had left the responsibility on his shoulders, and that came with the choice of what kind of Warmaster he would be. Since Ullanor had been only death and mistakes, the brutal compliance of 6319, the death of beloved Hastassa Janus, and now this cleansing of the world of murder. He himself guilty of ignoring the signals projected from this world.
But honestly, guys, how should anyone interpret a warning message from music? Really? Now, they should have made like a sign in space, like some sort of big giant sign that's in geosynchronous orbit of the planet, saying, hey, there are aliens on this planet, they're killers, something like that, or like an image, showing this arachnid creature, and then, showing an X on it, or something else. Music. How is anyone going to interpret that the music is saying, guys, this planet is dangerous, it's a reserve for these arachnids to live on? How are we supposed to interpret that? I would be thinking, no, maybe this is dance music, or this is music coming from these bugs, as they're calling out their family members across the stars, or something. But I would never suspect that it's some sort of warning signal saying that we shouldn't come to the planet. So I don't really blame Horus there. I would have probably done the same thing, honestly.
He had fulfilled his role of Primarch, but couldn't Warmaster be more than just death and destruction? The Emperor was upon Terra building a future, so why couldn't he do that here? It had always been a carefully constructed image, the great Horus Lupercal of the Great Crusade. But what about the days when the Crusade was over, and the rule was passed to mortal men? Was he and his sons ready for an age of peace? They had to be. Horus chose to learn from this interrex. They had shown him a contrast, and it had left him wanting.
This is wrong, Horus. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand what you're trying to become here on this planet, making things different, but it is wrong. This planet is not compliant. The Xeno race there need to go. They need to go. And like I said before, the Emperor was quite clear on this matter. Very, very clear on this matter. But I can see that, in terms of Horus, his pride is taking over again. Where he wants to think about things that are beyond his prerogative as the Warmaster. Just because you're a Warmaster does not mean that you can change the laws or the scripts, or should I say the edicts of the Emperor. He is still the Emperor of mankind. He is still the official head of state. And what he has said and what he has stated still goes. It's still law. It's still expected to be heeded. And you here trying to make your own path, trying to make your own history that diverts away from the Emperor is very concerning.
Outpost world of the Interrex, the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet would journey for the talks to continue. The Imperial Armada above Murder had grown considerably, as had the Warmaster's Council. Delegations from Terra and regional dignitaries, even other Legion contingents, such as High Chaplain Erebus of the Word Bearers, a close confidant of the Primarch Lorgar.
Erebus, that SOB.
And a respected figure amongst many legions, a man who earned the respect of the Lunar Wolves immediately, having recognized the stress currently upon Horus's shoulders. Erebus put aside his own objectives and simply aided the Warmaster. The Mournival and Horus immediately were grateful, and it was something they expressed over many dinners and private meetings. To the world of Zenobia, Horus and his delegation landed. This outpost world was a jewel, a regal civilization whose towers of grey, silver and brass peeked up from verdant hills that were filled with beautiful architecture. The display was subtle power, one that radiated civility and progress. Horus chose to dress in robes, surrounding himself equally with Sanguinius, Astartes, and remembrances, poets, scholars, and artists. The display would not be so bellicose this time. This was the Imperium. This was what he would be remembered for. This was the Warmaster he would show to his brothers and history. Horus was not blind to the contrast. Even here, he thought of Imperial hive cities, the bulky industrial nature of Imperial rule and life. What could he learn from these people? Through a great parade the delegation strode. The display of colour, dress and music enough to well emotion within them all. It was a day of celebration. Humanity unified once again, after millennia of separation. The great hope that had taken mankind to the stars sang proud this day. Through galleries and museums Horus strode. The history of the Interrex displayed proudly. Even their collection of ancient Kinnebrak weapons. Even the remembrancer Kirill Sinderman, noticing the Anathame blade because of its crude design. in a place so filled with technology and magnificence. The negotiations began between the civilizations.
And that's the trinket I was talking about, that I don't know if it was the 16th Legion that stole that weapon, or maybe it was Erebus, that SOB. Yeah, it must have been Erebus, because now he's accompanying, the Legion on this outpost planet. So yeah, it has to be Erebus. Yeah, but that's the weapon I'm talking about. That, after that was taken from them, all of a sudden a interstellar war between the Interrex and the Imperium of Man began, simply because of one weapon.
But Horus could feel something was wrong. There was stalling. They even showed restraint before him, when most interactions between a mortal man and a Primarch led to a sense of awe and even weeping. Again his counsel advised, Erebus joining his voice to Abaddon's, in the inevitability of conflict. They reminded him of his oaths to the Emperor, to suffer no alien or mutant. But for a moment, Horus thought, what if the Emperor was wrong? The Crusade had been born in a time of war, where humanity was set upon by strife. But here these people had survived, thrived even. They had adapted and integrated the alien into a society of peace. Why couldn't Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster, also achieve that? A breakthrough in the talks was coming. Horus could feel it. But then disaster struck. A full security lockdown was initiated. The Hall of Devices, the museum, was burning. The Kinnabrak Anathame had been stolen. The Interrex were under attack. Horus and his guard found the Interrex weapons raised upon them. The Warmaster's face turning to confusion as they fired, killing his sons. No, screamed Horus, the confusion and pain resonating in his voice. Why? Why would they choose to do this?
Why would they choose to kill you guys immediately? I don't understand that. I don't understand what the Interrex were doing here. Okay, someone stole your precious trinket. But does that mean that you must now start killing, an ambassador? Not even just any ambassador. The ambassador of the Imperium of Man. You'd kill him, you'd kill his guards. For what? For what? That's what I don't understand, why the Interrex just decided, on a flipping a switch, they just decided, we're gonna kill you guys right here, right now. Are they crazy? Are they mad? At least they could have just said, our trinket or our blade was just stolen. We need to investigate. We have video CCTV cameras. We will see who stole this blade. You can return to your ship, or you can stay here until we've completed our investigation. Voila! Done. Complete. Then there won't be any issue. Until the next stage of discussions, where we need to discuss about the Xeno aliens living on your planet. That will come another time. But with this, they could have just said, we're going to commence an investigation, we're going to find out who stole the blade, and then we will continue on with our discussions. Not coming in there, guns blazing, killing Astartes, trying to kill the Primarch. What are you doing? What are you doing? I thought you guys were advanced. I thought you guys were enlightened. What enlightened being does this to a dignitary? Anyways, you guys literally chose your deaths with this decision. You chose your death.
Chaos, spoke Garviel Loken, a word the captain had heard from a guard earlier. Chaos? Did they mean the warp? They had not brought the warp here. They dare accuse him of this? Of a so-called attack against the Hall of Devices? Horus ignored his men's pleas to retreat and escape. His sons had died, ambushed by their hosts. He would see the evidence for himself. To the blazing inferno Horus and his guard strode. His eyes looked into the fire that was spreading throughout the city. They dare accuse him of being the architect of this, of petty thievery, and of harboring some secret taint that came from the warp. The rage kept building. They had made him hope, made him think he could be more than a warrior. Again another mistake as Warmaster. Erebus and Abaddon were right. He looked to the stars and whispered to himself, "Why have you tasked me with this, Father? Why have you forsaken me? Why?"
But it's what you wanted as well, Horus. You wanted to be first. You wanted to be loved by your father. You wanted to be recognized by your father. You wanted all of this. And now that you have it, why are you complaining? Hey, like I said before, you like crying. You like crying about everything, and yet you still want it. You're a difficult person, Horus. You're a difficult person.
It is too hard. It is too much. Why did you leave me to do this on my own? The Interrex converged on their position. The Kinnabrax Xenos leading the charge, as with anger roaring in his blood, Horus attacked. The Kinnabrak broke and exploded with every swing, gore and viscera covering Horus as he killed those who dared let him hope. The drop pods fell from the sky, as the Imperium and Interrex were finally at war. Zenobia burned as the Lunar Wolves annihilated this perfect city and its inhabitants. A somber mood fell over Horus and the fleet, for this was no great victory, a compliance none would cherish in the annals of history of the Great Crusade. What was I thinking, thought Horus, that he could be some great peacemaker, that he knew better than the Emperor's own decrees, that he could be more. He reflected upon what he needed to be. He was a war master. He was a conqueror. Horus made up his mind. The Emperor and Sanguinius were right. He did need to define himself and his legion. Gone was the pearl white. In jade green, the 16th Legion stood before their Warmaster. The Lunar Wolves had died upon Zenobia, and what rose in its place was the sons of Horus.
So he went from white to green, and then with chaos to black. Yeah, this Primarch, he likes changing colors of his armor. Unlike the other Primarchs that I know so far, they've kept to the same color since day one. But with Horus, he's been changing. But the Legion hasn't been changing their color of their armor, have they? I don't know if they also changed to green like their Primarch, but yeah. Fashionista, isn't he?
In the months that followed, Imperial forces gathered. A great host led by Horus burned the Interrex Empire to the ground. The tide of the Imperial war machine ground to dust, the architectural wonder of the Interrex, ready for colonization. In the ashes of victory, the mood of Horus had changed. In the months following the Interrex war, that warm smile that charmed the court and made men and women want to kneel never seemed to reach his eyes. Even the Mournival felt the change, saw how his humours were out of balance. Horus at times losing his patience with them and the mounting lines of bureaucrats that demanded his attention constantly. His melancholy could only be suppressed by the Council of One. He had begun to value highly over the recent months. Erebus. The High Chaplain had shown deft diplomacy. He had alleviated the burden upon Horus. He had been a singular anchor to Imperial ideals that kept him focused since the Interrex War and the personal mistakes he perceived since his elevation to Warmaster.
If I was part of the Mournival, I would have been very concerned that someone who's not of our legion is having a far more deeper relationship with our Primarch than us. His closest confidants, you know. His inner circle. It's us. And yet this guy from another legion, from the 3rd legion, is here and talking to our Primarch. And they're busy being chummy best friends. I would see that as a threat. Really, I would. I just want Erebus to die. Is it so hard to ask for that? Just die.
At a personal request from the High Chaplain, Horus brought the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet to the world of Davin, a victorious compliance during the Great Crusade. Horus and the Lunar Wolves remembered fondly. 6 decades of imperial peace under the rule of Yugen Temba, a great man, a general, whose friendship Horus valued highly. It had brought great pain to both when the expedition had departed without Temba, but Horus trusted him and his capacity to be the warden of this system. Before the court of the fleet, the seats filled with officials, military and remembrances, Horus Lupercal held session. Once again, he and the Mournival would play out this pantomime, his sons acting as his political tools. His voice for when the Warmaster could not bring forward motions himself. The charming giant began polite laughter, and clapping spread towards the edge of the yurt. Once again we return to Davin, site of a great triumph, and the 8th world brought into compliance. Truly, it is. Warmaster? A soft voice interrupted. Horus immediately felt his blood boil, and the mask slipped, revealing a thunderous expression. Interrupt him? How would anyone dare? With his humours out of balance, this was a dangerous time for someone to interrupt his plans, his schemes. Warmaster Erebus spoke. The faux pas of the interruption was creating a wave of discomfort throughout the court. A correction, Erebus said. Davin is not compliant. The first chaplain feigned politeness, despite his interruption. Say what you have to say, Erebus. This is the War Council and there are no secrets here, said Horus. A dangerous calmness to his voice conveyed the danger of what Erebus had done, and that this better have been worth it. Yugen Temba is a traitor, Erebus told him, that he had attempted to pacify Davin's moon, and had been twisted by so-called sorcery.
I don't believe you, Erebus. I don't believe you.
Temba now serves the master of Davin's moon, and has spat on his oath of loyalty to the Emperor. He names you the lackey of a fallen god. Horus roared in rage at the betrayal of one who had been his friend, of a man he had appointed. How did he make the great Warmaster look to others? Horus vowed before his court that he would strike down this traitor himself. In the preparation for the assault on Davin, an emissary had come from Terra itself, Petronella Vivar, a documentarist, a noble of House Carpinus, a noble family since the early days of the unification wars on Terra. The woman had come to dare challenge for the role a whole fleet of remembrances would have killed for. The personal remembrancer of Horus Lupercal. Petronella Vivar and her mute guard Magard approached the Warmaster. Her breath, it was snatched away by the glory of the Warmaster's physical perfection and palpable charisma. His hair was short, and his face open and handsome.
Oh my, Petronella! Oh, you must focus, lady. You must focus.
With dazzling eyes that fixed her with a stare that told her she was the most important thing to him right now. She felt giddy, like a debutante at her first ball. Horus smiled, knowing the effect he had upon the mortal. I want to see it all, she told him.
You want to see it all? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm sorry, guys. I'm thinking too many dirty thoughts right now. But you want to see it all? Okay, Miss Petronella.
To see it all and record the glory of Horus for future generations, she had come to immortalize him. The glory of Horus. He lingered upon that longer than he should have, unwilling to state just how much that appealed to him. This was what he needed to fill the void of the Interrex War, to extinguish his feelings of inadequacy since his ascension. He had tried other ways to establish himself as the Warmaster. He had wanted to build a legacy, and what better way than a record at the heart of the Imperium's brightest star? If she wanted to know the Lupercal, he would show her. Through the tide of the Imperial war machine, in the assembly decks the Primarch and the Documentarist strode. The Titans, Astartes and mortal soldiers in their thousands, almost stretched beyond the eye's line of sight. The war for Davin was coming, and here it stood, the forefront of the Great Crusade, and its warriors who were building it. The stories, the victories, the achievements rolled off of Horus's tongue, almost like he couldn't stop himself. Before his Mournival, his most trusted sons, he knelt. He looked at them as a father did, and asked them to hear his oath of moment. Stunned by the magnanimity of such an act, none of the Mournival dare moved. The other Astartes on the embarkation deck saw what was happening, and a hush spread throughout the chamber.
I'm sorry, Horus. Why are you only doing this now? Why are you only doing this now? Is it because Miss Petronella is here? Why didn't you do this from the very beginning? Why haven't you knelt before your closest sons, giving them a moment of oath or something? Why is it only happening now in front of this lady? Hey, this is just another political stunt or public stunt that you've created. Yeah.
Even the background noise of the deck seemed to diminish at the incredible sight of the Warmaster kneeling before his chosen sons. Eventually, Loken reached out a trembling gauntlet and took the seal from the Warmaster's hand. He glanced over at Torgadon and Aximand either side of him, quite dumbfounded by the Warmaster's humility. Horus swore upon his blade, sealed it with his own blood, and stood as the warrior king of mythology he was. Lupercal. The sentiment beat in the chest of all who watched, as the greatest being they'd ever known walked amongst them. This was the Horus the Imperium would remember. Horus embraced his sons as the unbidden thought became reality.
When he says the greatest being to have ever walk amongst them, isn't that the Emperor? I don't like where this is shifting now. Where it was the Emperor that they loved, that they celebrated, that they cherished, that they would weep in front of him. Now it's slowly switching over to Horus, where now he's this great warrior king. He's this person that we should be celebrating for and crying as soon as you see him. You know, I don't like where this is going. Yeah.
Lupercal, 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 the cry rang out in echoes that roared from thousands of throats. Davin approached, as like tears of steel the forces of Horus descended. Strange whispers emanated across the Vox, exaltations to some Nurgleth, but it was silenced as the spear tip plunged into the meat of Davin.
You mean Papa Nurgle? Uh-oh. Okay, so maybe Erebus was correct. Maybe this planet really is non-compliant, and this Astartes that Horus trusted to protect this planet has betrayed the Imperium of Man and is now joined Chaos. Yeah. If it's Nurgle, this planet is going to look nasty. It's going to be nasty. There's going to be humans that look like zombies, or not zombies, but like shambling, meat, pus filled types of people. Yeah, just nastiness and stink. Yeah, it's going to be yuck.
If Tember thought he could betray Horus, then he would illuminate him. The surface of Davin was rotten, verdant forests and arid deserts that had been twisted into a mired swamp. The smell of sulfur pouring through even legionary plate. Horus, the Mournful, and his legion trudged through the porous ground, until hands shot up from the murky depths. Bodies that looked emaciated and rotten sprung up, attacking the Imperial forces. They cut them down as Horus saw a Stormbird crash ahead, and he and his men rushed to its ruins, breaking through the wreckage just in time to smash the scrambling corpses into piles of meat and bone. Petronella Vivar hid, wounded and afraid in the corner, as a pile of bodies lay around her gene-enhanced bodyguard Magard. For a mortal man to display such skill, it impressed Horus. He told Magard he had courage, as the mute guard knelt with tears in his eyes. The admiration of the Warmaster, almost too much to bear for him. Magard offered his blade to Horus, the gesture clear. I am yours to command.
Oh, hold up. You're a bodyguard of Petronella. What are you doing? Throwing your blade to someone else. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're fired. You are fired. Just say thank you and you're done. Not I swear my blade to you. You are protecting Petronella. That's your job. What are you doing here now?
A sensation Horus enjoyed. The poor woman had never seen war until now, and Horus was equally impressed as disappointed by her recklessness. The sons of Horus battered off this horrifying ambush, the contingents meeting up as they planned their next move. Covered in blood and gore, Erebus approached with his own word-bearers. Erebus had found the way. He had found Yugen Tember. Rusted and dead nearly 6 decades, the glory of terror, Yugen's ship lay smashed and ruined upon the cratered mudflats. Its once mighty hull torn open and buckled almost beyond recognition. Its towering Gothic spires, like the precincts of a mighty city, lay fallen and twisted. Its buttress and archways hung with decaying fronds of huge web-like vines. Its keel was broken, as though it had struck the moon's surface, belly first, and many of the upper surfaces had caved in, the decks below open to the elements. Horus had not left the world like this. Erebus spoke again, urging Horus to push on. His remarks met with opposition by Captain Garviel Loken of
Don't do it, Horus. Don't follow what Erebus is telling you to do.
the Mournful. Something was wrong. They should wait, soften up their targets with ordnance. This could be a trap.
Or just drop some virus bombs on this planet and finish it in totality. Because I think there's like a Nurgle controlled planet now. Like whatever going on this planet, it needs to be cleansed. And maybe a virus bomb is what is required.
Loken pleaded with Horus to let the Mournful and the men finish this task. They are his will. They are his honor. You think my shoulders so narrow that I cannot bear it alone? Asked Horus. And Loken was shocked to see genuine anger in his stare. Did they think him weak? How long had he heard the constant voices that he should not be in the field of battle? Horus strode off towards the wreckage. This was nothing, an obstacle. He was going to achieve so much. He was going to build a legacy Vivar would spread to mankind for all time.
You remind me of Fenris. Ferrus Manus also thought along similar lines to you. You know that he has to be there, showing his strength, showing his capability and the capability of his legion. You know, and that they are not weak. And that's not the issue here. You are the head of state, or de facto head of state, of the Imperium of Man. You're not supposed to be on the front line. We cannot afford to lose you on the front line. It's not a statement to say that you are weak. It's because of your position. We cannot afford to lose you. But like Ferrus Manus, you want to go head in straight into the battle, not leaving behind your Astartes, leaving behind your auxiliary forces, and doing it yourself. Because you want to prove a point. With Miss Petronella here, you know, covering it in her remembrance books. Hi. Horus.
The anger within him only burned brighter with every step, as Horus ventured into the heart of the glory of terror, only for it to shatter as he saw the thing that had been his friend. A rotting, bulging carcass of a creature emerged from hiding. A sensation rippled across Horus's spine. Was this fear? The sight of the monstrosity sickened him to the core. This corruption? Was this chaos? Like Jubal on 6319, the one the Interrex had spoken of. Horus lunged at the creature, as gurgling laughter and jibes spat from its hideous mouth, but its strength matched him, a Primarch. But still Horus landed blow after blow upon the rotting thing. The destiny is chaos, it screamed as black-blooded stinking pus coated Horus's armor. Wielding a crude sword, the creature stabbed Horus in the shoulder, as Horus rammed his own into the heart of Temba. Through the red mist of anger and hurt, he saw the pathetic, weeping and soiled form of Yugen Temba, stripped of the loathsome power of the warp that had claimed him. Still bloated and massive, the dark light in his eyes was gone, replaced by tears and pain, as the enormity of his betrayal crashed down upon him. Juddering sobs of agony and remorse racked Temba's body, and he reached up with his remaining hands to grip the Warmaster's armor. Horus's anger melted as he cradled his dying friend. He felt so hollow. He felt so hollow of that which drove him here in the first place. Temba died in his arms, as his last haunting whispers spoke of a doomed future of only war. In his last moments, Temba had whimpered that he was weak, he was sorry, and Horus had to be strong. Only he could stop it. Carrying the corpse of Temba, Horus emerged back to his men. Abaddon, Aximand, Torgadon, Loken, and Petronella Vivar greeted the Warmaster with cheers, as once again victory was theirs, only for the pallor of Horus to wash away to ash. The Primarch of the Sons of Horus wavered. His eyes rolled back into his sockets, and he began to collapse. Screams echoed in his mind as in shock. All around watched Horus Lupercal fall. In a storm bird, the Mournival and apothecaries rushed their Genefather towards the med bay. The news had spread like wildfire as mortal men and women crowded around, tears and wails growing like a chorus. The Astartes were in no mood to be slowed by this mass of people. The Mournival led the gurney through the crowds, mercilessly clearing a bloody path through the people before them. Men and women were cast down, trampled underfoot, and their screams were so pitiful to hear, an aftermath that would never be forgotten.
Like, what what the hell? What the hell is going on here? Guys, make room so that they can pass through. Now you guys have been squashed like tomatoes. Oh my gosh. Oh yes, the Amber King, I like your music selection here. I think it's called Within Our Nature by Scott Buckley. Yes. Good choice. I like it.
On the cold steel table, the son of the Emperor lay, his armor stripped, blood and stimulants pumped into his frame. The wound on his shoulder, it wouldn't heal. It bypassed the genius of his cells. It was like a poison that had been designed to specifically kill Horus. The blade wielded by Temba, an anathema blade, had been taken from the Interrex, and it was killing him.
Now, who had the blade? Who stole the blade from the Interrex? Who gave the blade to Temba? Erebus. It was Erebus this whole time. He even told Horus, hey, Temba is in that ship. Go there, alone. Go kill him, alone. And now look what has happened. Erebus needs to die, guys. He needs to die.
And the best apothecaries of the Legion could do nothing to save him. Horus found himself waking. He was stabilized, but he was degrading by the hour. Petronella Viva, he called for. The documentarist. He was dying. This was the end. But what frightened him the most was the possibility he would be forgotten. No, his legacy. She could save him. She would immortalize him. They were jealous. The wounded Horus whispered to her. All of them. My brothers. He knew it. Only the true brothers bowed their heads, whilst the others stared daggers in his back. He lamented how he knew the truth, that the Emperor did not choose him because he was the most worthy. It was simply because he was a conqueror, and that was all the Emperor expected of him. Oh, how he missed those years, when they were alone as father and son. His brothers had ruined that. He did love them, but controlling them and their desires, they were like children. Sanguinius should have been Warmaster. Horus was the Emperor's ambition. He knew it, but Sanguinius was his spirit. He loved and hated that about him, and for all his ambition it would mean nothing in the golden era to come. Bureaucracy and officialdom are taking over, Viva. Red tape. Administrators and clerks are replacing the heroes of the age. And unless we change our ways and our direction, our greatness as an empire will soon be a footnote in the history books. Everything I have achieved will be a distant memory of former glory, lost in the mists of time like the civilizations of ancient terror, remembered kindly for their noble past. If Horus saw the shock on Vivar's face, he didn't register it. I was bred with wondrous powers, encoded into my very flesh, but I did not dream myself into the man I am today. I hammered and forged myself upon the anvil of battle and conquest. All that I have achieved in the last 2 centuries will be given away to weak men and women who are not there to shed their blood with us in the dark places of the galaxy. Where is the justice in that? Lesser men will rule what I have conquered. But what will be the reward once the fighting is done? He couldn't stop. Horus poured out everything, every resentment, every trial and secret he had.
Look, I think I've realized something. He really doesn't like humans. He does not like humans. He respects those who are like Astartes, and of course his Primarch brothers. But then us regular humans, he does not like us. He probably sees us as vermin. He sees us as cattle that need to be controlled. We are not worthy to lead. We are not worthy to control the galaxy. He only sees Astartes and Primarchs as beings that he could respect and that he would have an understanding or common understanding with. Everybody else, all the other human beings, he just has a face, a mask that he puts on for us. to entertain us, to make us feel safe. But the true self, the true Horus, does not like humans. Doesn't like us mortals. Huh?
A confessional of a dying man, the true Horus Lupercal, until the blackness took hold and Horus fell unconscious. The sons of Horus were paralyzed. A wave of hopelessness spread across the fleet, from the menial serfs to the Mournival itself. Hundreds of thousands were already mourning, and some even prayed. It was in their most dire moment that a suggestion came from one they trusted, Erebus. He spoke of a mystical healing temple upon Davin, the Serpent Lodge. It spat in the face of the ideals of the Great Crusade, a temple to mysticism under the imperial truth. But what options did they have left? If they did not try every avenue, could they live with the guilt? From the Warrior Lodge, a society formed during the Great Crusade, a gathering where Astartes could discard rank and share in brotherhood, a meeting was held. A choice was made as Abaddon, Aximand, and the lodge members agreed to take Horus to the temple. Carried upon a kite shield, armored in his finest ceremonial suit, the Warmaster's hands were clasped across his golden sword. A laurel wreath of silver sat upon his noble brow. Abaddon, Aximand, and the sons of Horus wept openly. The mortal men and women in their thousands joined the procession, throwing flowers, lighting candles, holding their loved ones tight. The outpouring of grief was on a scale never seen before. The symbol of the Imperium, the Lupercal, the champion of the Emperor's golden era. How could a symbol die? The procession left the vengeful spirit as thousands of ships followed, the entire expedition on a knife's edge. Everything else had failed. The Warmaster was dying, and the Emperor wasn't here. There could be no doubting of the identity of the central figure now, and Horus looked into the carved face of the Emperor. No doubt the inhabitants of this world thought it magnificent, but Horus knew this was a poor thing, failing spectacularly to capture the sheer dynamism and force of the Emperor's personality. With the additional height offered by the statue's plinth, Horus looked out over the slowly circling mass of people and wondered what they thought they did in this place. Pilgrims, thought Horus, the word leaping, unbidden to his mind, coupled with the ostentation and vulgar adornments he saw on the surrounding buildings. Horus knew that this was not simply a place of devotion, but something much more.
This is a place of worship,
he said, as Sejanus joined him at the foot of Korax's statue.
So Janus, didn't you die? This is not the real world. Horus, I'm sure you know this, right?
The cool marble perfectly capturing the pallid complexion of his taciturn brother. Sejanus nodded and said,
"It is an entire world given over to the praise of the Emperor."
But why? The Emperor is no god. He spent centuries freeing humanity from the shackles of religion. This makes no sense.
Not from where you stand in time, but this is the Imperium that will come to pass if events continue on their present course.
So you're seeing a possible future. I see. This is a nice trap. This is a nice trap. This tends to happen to those who can see to the future as well, where they've seen a possible future, but they don't know what makes that possible future a reality. They don't know the steps that led up to that future. But because they've seen this future, now they jump to conclusions and they decide to do something that they believe that might avert that future. Like the Emperor, like Conrad Kurz, and now also Horus here, seeing this future. Guys, seeing into the future is really dangerous. It's not something that you should depend on, like the Emperor. Don't depend on that type of power. You'll never be free of it.
The Emperor has the gift of foresight, and he has seen this future time.
For what purpose?
To destroy the old faiths, so that one day his cult would more easily supplant them all.
No, I won't believe that. My father always refuted any notion of divinity. He once said of ancient Earth that there were torches who were the teachers, but also extinguishers who were the priests. He would never have condoned this.
Yet this entire world is his temple, and it is not the only one.
There are more worlds like this.
Hundreds, probably even thousands.
But the Emperor shamed Lorgar for behavior such as this. The Word-Bearers Legion raised great monuments to the Emperor and persecuted entire populations for their lack of faith, but the Emperor would not stand for it and said that Lorgar shamed him with such displays.
Why don't you ask this pretender of Janus here? Why don't you ask him, how did this future become this way? Why don't you ask him what happened for this future to become a possibility? Instead of saying this is impossible, ask him a question. How did this happen? Step by step, I want it in detail. What happened? Because just seeing this and believing in this future is not enough, not for me. I want to know step by step, how did it lead up to this point? That's the most important question you should be asking.
Wasn't ready for worship then. He didn't have control of the galaxy. That's why he needed you.
Horus turned away from Sejanus and looked up into the golden face of his father, desperate to refute the words he was hearing. At any other time, he would have struck Sejanus down for such a suggestion, but the evidence was here before him. He turned to face Sejanus.
These are some of my brothers, but where are the others? Where am I?
I do not know. I have walked this place many times, but have never yet seen your likeness.
But you see, you're asking stupid questions again, Horus. That's why I said that you are stupid to me. Your ego is blinding you from what you should really be thinking about. Not about your statue. Not about where you are here in this pantheon of gods that are being worshipped to by humans. That's not the important question you should be asking. What you should be asking is, how the hell are you here? Where is this place? You're supposed to be dead. And if this is the future, tell me, how did it lead up to this future? How was it led up to this future? If you cannot tell me that, I cannot trust you. Whatever you're saying here is just bullcrap. It's lies. Because you're just showing me what you want me to see. And you're going to control my perception, my emotions, simply because you're showing me this particular type of future here, without showing me how it led up to that future, which is the most important part. Horus.
I am his chosen regent. I fought on 1,000 battlefields for him. The blood of my warriors is on his hands, and he ignores me like I don't exist.
The Emperor has forsaken you, Warmaster. Soon he will turn his back on his people to win his place amongst the gods. He cares only for himself and his power and glory. We were all deceived. We have no place in his grand scheme. And when the time comes, he will spurn us all and ascend to godhood. While we were fighting war after war in his name, he was secretly building his power in the warp.
The droning chant of the official, a priest, realized Horus, continued as the pilgrims maintained the slow procession. around their god, and Sejanus' words hammered against his skull.
This can't be true,
whispered Horus.
Horus, my brother,
said Magnus.
You must not believe whatever he has told you. It is lies, all of it. Lies that disguise his sinister purpose.
Those with courage and character to speak the truth always seem sinister to the ignorant,
snarled Erebus.
You dare speak of lies while you stand before us in the warp. How can this be without the use of sorcery? Sorcery you were expressly forbidden to practice by the Emperor himself.
Do not presume to judge me, whelp!
Shouted Magnus, hurling a glittering ball of fire towards the first chaplain.
You tell him, Magnus, you tell him.
Horus watched as the flame streaked towards Erebus and enveloped him, but as the fire died, he saw that Erebus was unharmed, his armor not so much as scratched, and his skin unblemished. Erebus laughed.
You are too far away, Magnus. Your powers cannot reach me here.
Horus watched as Magnus hurled bolt after bolt of lightning from his fingertips, amazed and horrified to see his brother employing such powers. Though all the legions had once had librarious divisions, the trained warriors to tap into the power of the warp, they had been disbanded after the Emperor's decree at the Council of Nicaea. Clearly, Magnus had paid that order no mind, and such conceit staggered Horus. Eventually, his Cyclopean brother recognized that his power was having no effect on Erebus, and he dropped his hands to his side.
You see,
said Erebus, turning to Horus.
Nor can you, Erebus. You come to me cloaked in the identity of another. You claim my brother Magnus is naught but some warp beast set upon devouring me, and then you speak to him as though he is exactly as he seems. If he is here by sorcery, then how else can you be here?
Erebus paused, caught in his lie, and said,
You are right, my lord. The sorcery of the Serpent Lodge has sent me to you to help you, and to offer you this chance of life. The Serpent Priestess had to cut my throat to do it, and once I return to the world of flesh, I will kill the witch for that. But know that everything I have shown you is real. You saw it yourself, and you know the truth.
Magnus towered over.
That's not the truth. It's a possible future. It doesn't mean that it's going to come into fruition. It's not the truth, Erebus. Because if you were to tell us step by step how that future comes into existence, then you can change course. You can change course. But if you just show us a snippet of this possible future, it's not enough evidence. Not enough in my books. I don't know about Horus.
The figure of Erebus. His crimson mane shook with fury, but Horus saw that he kept tight rein on his anger as he spoke.
The future is not set, Horus. Erebus may have shown you a future, but that is only one possible future. It is not absolute. Have faith in that.
Ha!
Sneered Erebus.
Faith is just another way of not wanting to know what is true.
You think I don't know that, Magnus? I know of the warp and the tricks it can play with the mind. I am not stupid. I knew that this was not Sejanus, just as I knew that without a context, everything I have seen here is meaningless.
Really? It didn't sound that way when you were talking about, where am I? Where's my statue? Now all of a sudden it's like, no, I knew that this place was not real. I knew this is not the future. I knew that that's not Sejanus. Okay. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Horus saw the crestfallen look on Erebus's face and laughed.
You must take me for a fool, Erebus, if you thought that such simple parlor tricks would bewitch me to your cause.
My brother,
smiled Magnus.
You are a wonder to me.
Be quiet,
snarled Horus.
You are no better than Erebus. You will not manipulate me like this, for I am Horus. I am the Warmaster.
Horus relished in their confusion. One was his brother, the other a warrior. He had counted as a valued counselor and devoted follower. He had sorely misjudged them both.
I can trust neither of you. I am Horus, and I make my own fate.
Erebus stepped towards him, and his hands outstretched in supplication.
You should know that I came to you at the behest of my lord and master Lorgar. He already has knowledge of the Emperor's quest to ascend to godhood, and has sworn himself to the powers of the warp. When the Emperor rejected Lorgar's worship, he found other gods all too willing to accept his devotion. My Primarch's power has grown tenfold, and it is but a fraction of the power that could be yours were you to pledge yourself to their cause.
He lies! Lorgar is loyal. He would never turn against the Emperor.
Horus listened to Erebus's words.
Magnus, are you sure about that? When was the last time you spoke to Lorgar? When was the last time you spoke to him?
I knew with utter certainty that he spoke the truth. Lorgar, his most beloved brother, had already embraced the power of the warp. Warring emotions vied for supremacy within him. Disappointment, anger, and, if he was honest, a spark of jealousy that Lorgar should have been chosen first. If wise Lorgar would choose such powers as patrons, was there not some merit in that?
Horus, I am running out of time. Please be strong, my brother. Think of what this mongrel dog is asking you to do. He would have you spit on your oaths of loyalty. He is forcing you to betray the Emperor and turn on your brother Astartes. You must trust the Emperor to do what is right.
The Emperor plays dice with the fate of the galaxy.
That's actually true. That one piece of sentence there, Erebus, is true. I agree with you there. He does play with us, with dice. It's true.
And he throws them where they cannot be seen.
Horus, please!
Cried Magnus, his voice taking on a ghostly quality as his image began to fade.
You must not do this, or all we have fought for will be cast to ruin forever. You cannot do this terrible thing!
Is it so terrible? It is but a small thing, really. Deliver the Emperor to the gods of the warp, and unlimited power can be yours.
Is that all?
I told you before that they have no interest in the realms of men, and that promise still holds true.
Biggest lie ever. But of course, Horus is not going to, see through this lie from Erebus. Clearly, he's made his decision. He's made his decision. He made it the moment he started asking, where am I? Where's my statue? I knew it. It's over.
The galaxy will be yours to rule over as the new master of mankind.
Enough! I have made my choice.
Horus finds his spirit, his soul cast into the warp, as his body lay within the Serpent Lodge temple. Hastur Sejanus, his beloved son who had died years before, appears to him, acting as his guide as they venture further into the warp. And what Horus sees shakes him to his core. The future. A grim, dark future where the Emperor is worshipped as a god. This future disgusts Horus. It is the very thing the Great Crusade destroys. But what hurts the most of all is that he is not celebrated. The great Horus Lupercal is forgotten. he has no legacy. He is not immortal. Perhaps he and many of his brothers in this grim dark future have been annihilated by the Emperor. This Sejanus tells him that the Emperor is a liar and has stolen power and broken bonds with entities of the warp, ones that are in part responsible for he and his brother's creation, as they show him the past and the Primarch vaults beneath the surface of Terra. Horus seeing his own childlike body within the gestation capsule. These entities simply want the Emperor, and they can help Horus stop the Emperor's cruel future. They can give him power. Power the Emperor keeps to himself and denies humanity. The power of the warp. Each part of this vision quest is designed to shatter every strand of loyalty Horus has to the Emperor, playing on his doubts, his fears, and most of all, his ego.
Oh yes, 100%. The ego. The ego. Where am I? Where's my statue? Yeah.
A part of Horus so carefully wrapped behind the mask, though some of his brothers know the ambition that roars in the heart beneath. The manipulation is interrupted by Magnus the Red, his brother. He breaks the disguise of this Hasta Sejanus, revealing the true face beneath, Erebus. But what Horus has seen was too much. He is no servant, no slave to this chaos, but he sees it as a tool, a power he can use to cast down the Emperor and become the new master of mankind.
You fool. There's no way a tool can make the Chaos Gods into tools. You are a tool. You are the tool, Horus. And one way or another, the Chaos Gods will have you. So this notion of you using them, that's fallacy. They are using you. The moment you agreed, they've already begun starting to infiltrate your mind, and eventually they will have you in their pockets.
Is he preventing the enslavement of mankind to the Emperor, taking control of a galaxy the Emperor would hand over to mortal bureaucrats? Or is it truly about the idea of Horus Lupercal, an ambition to immortalize that name and his legacy?
I would say it's all about him. It's all about him. He doesn't really care about us human beings. It's all about him, his legacy, and his power and authority. And yeah, it's not about saving us from the Emperor with him. He doesn't like mortals. He sees us as cattle.
Horus ever really a true believer in the Great Crusade and the ideals behind it? Or did he simply enjoy the power, the position, and the proximity to the Emperor? Horus makes his choice. The gates of the Serpent Lodge open. The crowds who have been waiting for days, lighting candles and praying. The Mordival and the sons of Horus kneel as Horus Lupercal strides forward, healed and smiling. The roars of Lupercal shake the very walls. Horus has returned, but in his heart, he has betrayed the Emperor. The Autrician Technocracy, a civilization the 63rd expedition had encountered the months following the miraculous recovery of the Warmaster Horus. The humans of this civilization reflected the Imperium almost like a mirror, their warriors equipped in powered armor from a similar STC design. This was what the Great Crusade was about, the reunification of mankind, the welcoming of brothers and sisters into the growing fold. Except what should have been a time of celebration had turned to war. The delegation of the Technocracy were ripped apart, as Horus claimed they had tried to assassinate him. The news was spread to the fleet in horror. How dare they try and kill the beloved Horus? Though the details of the event had been altered, there were few, such as Captain Garviel Loken and Tarek Torgadon of the Mournival, who felt discomfort at what they were doing, about how Horus had changed since the Serpent Lodge had healed him. Only they protested at the growing mysticism and inhumanity growing within the Legion, but others such as Abaddon, Aximand and Malaga simply followed the orders and the will of Horus. The Warmaster's betrayal was no open declaration, yet the groundwork had to be laid for the greatest war the Imperium would face, and Horus wanted to make it a quick one. Through the Warrior Lodge, the gathering Horus had turned a blind eye to over the Great Crusade. The Warmaster began to spread his new ideology. It began in whispers of the Emperor's lies, of how he would betray the Astartes, just as he had the Thunder Warriors of Terra. The Imperium they were building would be handed over to weak, mortal men. The Imperium their brothers had died for. The great Horus just couldn't stand by and allow this to happen. Would his warriors, his sons, help him save the Imperium and humanity? A divide.
And these are the same Astartes who were celebrating, shouting to the top of their lungs as the Emperor came aboard the vengeful spirit, you know, and having a procession with Horus Lupercal. These are the same Astartes who were celebrating, who wept, you know, as they saw the Emperor, who went onto the floor, kneeling onto the floor, welcoming him on board the vengeful spirit. The same people. And now all of a sudden, no, the Emperor is betraying us. the Emperor is going to give the Imperium of Man to mortals. It was always going to belong to us from the very beginning. You guys are tools. I kind of feel sorry for you guys that no one told you the truth of what you guys really are. At least the custodians know what they are. They know what is expected of them. But you guys, you were given fallacies, you were given dreams. And now you're trying to lie to yourselves that you are the ones who are going to create a better future for all of humanity. And that's not your purpose. You were designed and created to carry weapons to war, to kill the enemies of the Imperium of Man, because you are a tool.
Between the ranks was forming the subtle prodding of loyalties, the Emperor or Horus. Dissenting voices of the remembrances that criticized the Legion were silenced permanently. The compliance of the Autrasian technocracy, joined by the World Eaters Legion II, was used as a form of purge.
Yet again, another civilization that's been closed off to humanity. Another alternative erased. And all that we're left with is the Imperium of Man. Sad times.
Elements of the mortal armies not utterly loyal to Horus found themselves falling in the line of duty. Horus himself giving heartfelt eulogies to the great leaders he knew, yet killed in secret. His father, the Emperor, controlled vast armies, 18 legions and thousands of worlds. But the pace of the Great Crusade had built a wave of resentment waiting to crash down. How many worlds had been forced into compliance? How many worlds had never even seen this Emperor? Only the charismatic Horus. How many of his brothers too held resentment? How many loved him more than their father? He would illuminate them, just as how he had been illuminated by the journey in the warp.
Yeah, illuminate them.
But one small detail had to be dealt with first. Petronella Vivar strode into the Warmaster's chambers. The previous months had not been kind to her. The excessive drinking brought on by the true story of Horus and his revelations, whilst he lay on death's door, had wounded her spirit.
Petronella, where is your bodyguard? What's his name? Maghard. Where is he? He needs to be around you 24/7. 365 days. He needs to be around you. You're in a dangerous position now. You know the deepest, darkest secrets of Horus Lupercal. He's probably going to kill you. He's probably going to try to assassinate you like he's been assassinating everybody else in his legion. Those who support the Emperor. You need to get off the ship. Where is your bodyguard?
But the memoir was almost complete. She would uphold her promise. She was going to immortalize him. A shocking tale that would spread like wildfire across the Imperium. But she would never get the chance. She looked into his eyes and saw nothing but cold horror. She tried to back away, but the Warmaster followed her, his steps slow and measured. When we spoke in the Apothecarian, I let you look inside Pandora's box, Miss Viva, and for that I am truly sorry. Only one person has need to know the things in my head, and that person is me. The things I have seen and done, the things I am going to do. Horus placed his hand around her neck, a mortal in a giant's grip, and then he broke it. He couldn't afford weakness in the war to come. Weakness such as understanding, kindness, mercy, or honor. Erebus had told him. The warp had shown him that the universe was not fueled by such things. The Emperor was wrong, and Horus was right. He would do what it took to rip that monster from his throne, no matter the cost, because humanity had to be saved. That.
Oh please. Oh please. Save it. Save it. Save that nonsense about saving us. You're not here to save us. You're here to rule over us just like your father, but in a far more messed up type of way. Please.
Is what he told himself. To his brothers Horus journeyed. Lorgar of the Wordbearers already stood with him, supposedly brought into the fold 5 decades before, but there were those who he knew he could persuade to join his cause. Fulgrim, Mortarion, Angron, Alfarius, Perturabo, and Conrad Kurz. Each speech Horus gave had been practiced. He knew them. He knew the canker in the heart of all of them and exploited it. The lying, manipulating, hypocritical Emperor, the Imperium that undervalued them, the future that would discard them, the pleas of a brother who they loved, needing their help to save humanity, to enact revenge upon their twisted father who lied about the warp and kept its secrets to himself, just so he could become a god. Every word was crafted to each brother in a way only Horus could, until one by one they gave him their loyalty. And for those brothers who were loyal to the tyrant Emperor, Horus, in union with Erebus, created plans to scatter, attack and weaken them, an ambush for Guilliman and the Ultramarines at the dual world of Calth, the Thramas sector for the Lion, manipulations of Rust to destroy Magnus and Prospero, and Cygnus Prime for Sanguinius. Many of his brothers he respected, some he loved, but he couldn't turn back, not after what he had seen. He told himself he had no choice, as much as it pained him to do it. To the world of Isfahan III, the sons of Horus, Death Guard, World Eaters and Emperor's children convened. A rebellion had broken out across the world, one that the Warmaster Horus would annihilate. Above the planet, the legions converged as Mortarion, Angron, and Eidolon of the Emperor's children unveiled their battle strategy. A spear-tip assault upon the surface and the hub of Choral City. A unified attack with contingents from all 4 legions. In the court of the Warmaster, the usual calm and charismatic Horus had seemed to be replaced by one of authority and sternness. It was as if he commanded attention and obedience. All felt the unspoken tension in the air. In seclusion, Horus again met with his close counsel Erebus, the first chaplain finally showing this power spoken of and promised by the warp, and these entities of chaos. Ing Mei Sing, the astropath of the vengeful spirit, cried. She had tried to betray them. The messages and information over the previous months from the Warmaster to the traitorous legions had broken her. Horus rammed his clawed gauntlet through her chest, dripping her blood onto a fire that crackled with dark power. The Emperor had jealously hidden much from Horus, such as the truth of the warp, the intrinsic tie between that realm and the material universe, of how emotions powered it, and of how that power could be wielded. From dancing shadows a demon began to whisper, Warmaster, with a voice that stung the nerves as it spoke the power it offered, the promise the Warmaster had made to chaos. The anathema's future would die, the Emperor would die, and Horus would need their help. Nothing is beyond the reach of the gods. Gods, replied Horus. You waste your time throwing such words around. They do not impress me. I already know of your gods.
So you're still in denial that they're gods. Okay.
I already know your gods need me. It was about him, Horus thought. I am the key, and it pleased him greatly. But the fact they needed him made him believe that perhaps they are not as strong as they pretend to be. No, they were entities in the warp.
Your arrogance blinds you, Horus, and you will pay the cost for that.
And the power they offered was a tool. He was no fanatic or so-called believer like Lorgar and Erebus. Unseating the Emperor was his only concern. Horus would not be intimidated as he spoke to this so-called demon, telling it that it better make due on the power it offered, if they were to take on the numerous forces of the Imperium. But before he was willing to use that very power, he would start the war himself. He was unwilling to use it as a crutch. No, the legions would begin this rebellion, but before that could begin, its own legion had to be pure. To the world of Istvan III the drop pods fell. Munitions and flames scorched Choral City and its rebelling force. Twisted humanoid creatures, foul sorcery of the warp began to slam into the legionaries, and bolt guns were unleashed upon them. But some began to notice the unusual structure of the companies. Many of the Terran elements, and those not in favor with the Warmaster, such as Loken and Torgadon, had made planetfall, with over 2/3 of the 4 legions remaining in orbit. Horus sat upon his throne as the light of the system's star shone through the observation deck. Choral City burned as the contingents of the sons of Horus, Emperor's children, World Eaters and Death Guard locked around it like a vice. The assault was effective and brutal, just as Astartes were known to achieve. But here would be no victory celebration for those upon the surface, because they were all going to die. To think that so much depends on the personalities of so few, Horus thought. News had come that Prospero burned. Soon Fulgrim would return with Ferris. Jagatai Khan he knew would join them. Horus could see the victory to come. On a podium, Horus and his equerry Malagur stood. The observation deck of the Vengeful Spirit swelled with the hordes of personnel, iterators, remembrances and documentarists, all here to bear witness to the compliance of Istvan III. Pickfeed showed the brutal ruins of Choral City. Bodies, blood and destruction washed over every meter of ground.
If Petronella is dead, that means the rest of you guys are also going to die. All the humans about the Vengeful Spirit are going to be killed. Probably just wants to show you guys a nice, bloody fireworks on this planet before he kills you. Whew.
It made the mortal men and women feel sick. And then the bombs fell. Virus munitions roared from the Legion's fleet onto the surface of Isfahan 3. They were killing their own. The fires washed over the entire planet, eating every living thing in its wake. It covered mountains, rivers and seas until all was death and silent. Astartes choked and dropped in their armor as they were eaten alive from within, their screams evaporating. "You see now," said Horus to the assembled mortals, "this is war. This is cruelty and death. This is what we were made to do for you, and yet you turn your face." The men and women were weeping, holding each other in the wake of this betrayal. "You have come to my ship to chronicle the Great Crusade," Horus bellowed, "and there is much to be said of what you have achieved. But things change, and times move on. The Great Crusade is over. The ideals it stood for are dead, and all that we have fought for has been a lie. Until now. Now I bring the Crusade back to its rightful path, and rescue the galaxy from its abandonment at the hands of the Emperor." Horus felt exalted. The mask was removed and he was free. He had never cared for a golden age of humanity. He had no great love of mortal men and women, as some of his brothers did. The secrecy since Davin was gone, and now he could show the universe the true Horus Lupercal. He had illuminated these pathetic beings, and now they had to die. The guns blazed as the Astartes massacred every person on the deck. The collective memories and knowledge of some of the Imperium's brightest people died in an instant. It was the death of a dream, a shattering of the Emperor's golden age of humanity, and Horus murdered it. The rebellion had truly begun, and the galaxy would burn. But after the fires had faded, a problem arose. From black-charred buildings, the wastes of annihilated Isfahan, life signs emerged. From bunkers across Choral City, Astartes stood out.
Now you have to go down there personally and deal with your brothers face to face, bolter to bolter, blade to blade, hammer to hammer. You have to make this personal.
Some had lived. They had been warned, giving them enough time to get to safety before the bombs had fallen. Horus's fury was apocalyptic. His great declaration, his moment of triumph had been spoiled. Horus ordered his legion into the drop pods. They would have to finish off their kin personally. Angron, Mortarion, Abaddon and Aximan threw their forces at the very men they used to stand beside. The bonds of broken brotherhood. The pain was unleashed by those loyal to the Emperor. The Marines of the 16th discarded their title, reclaiming the Lunar Wolves' banner as they faced the sons of Horus. Kill for the living, kill for the dead, replaced the chants of Lupercal. As men who had fought and lived side by side with for centuries killed each other. Thousands fell in the guerrilla war that delayed the traitorous fleet for weeks. But eventually the loyalists fell. Names such as Tarvitz, Vipers, Torgadon and Loken lost. The Legion was pure, though despite the careful execution of their loyalist brothers, an escape had been managed by Captain Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard. The Imperium felt the shock as the news rang out that the beloved Warmaster Horus had declared open rebellion. The warp rippled and convulsed as storms raged across it. Travel and communication became fractured and difficult.
The Chaos Gods have now entered into the fray. They're helping. They're helping their tool succeed in destroying the Imperium of Man.
Entire sectors rose up in their support for Horus as the Imperium became divided in two. The Master of Mankind sat upon the Golden Throne, a prisoner to the great folly of Magnus, who in his attempts to warn the Emperor after the events of Davin, broke the psychic wars placed within the webway. The mirror dimension, the Emperor had returned to Terra in order to forge humanity's golden era. But the Imperium's response would be swift and brutal. Horus knew, as the 4 legions under his banner plotted their course to the next site of the conflict, Istvan V. The barren world had been fortified by Fulgrim. 4 legions entrenched into the fortress that would take the brunt of Imperial retaliation. Finally, they came, his brothers, Ferrus Manus, Vulcan and Corvus Corax. A forward contingent to be reinforced by another 4 legions. The drop pods fell from the sky as Astartes fought Astartes in open conflict on a scale the Imperium had never dared to think possible. This was no time of enlightenment or building. This was war. The bloodiest battle in Imperial history raged across the lines as the world glowed orange with munitions. Horus held back at the command dais as brother and legionaries killed each other in their thousands. Titans and Imperial guards smashed against each other in a conflict that would melt the sanity of those who watched. As the Loyalists blunted the traitor line, both retreated, but the Iron Hands refused to stop. Ferrus refused to let Fulgrim go. As the Salamanders and Raven Guard approached their reinforcements, they hailed their allies. The Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, Night Lords and Word Bearers, only to be met with silence. The tension grew, until a flare rose from Horus's base. A second betrayal was revealed. Death to the false Emperor roared across the Vox, as the Loyalist legions fell in a wave of meat and shattered bone.
Death to the false Emperor!
Horus lifted his mace Worldbreaker onto his shoulder and charged. The battle turned into a massacre, as Horus and 9 legions eliminated 3 from the field. As the ashes of the dead rained upon them, Horus stood before the amassed horde of traitor forces, his fellow Primarchs below him in supplication. Already he could see amongst these legions those who had embraced the power of the warp. He declared to his brave warriors they were victorious. They'd achieved so much, and now the road to Terra was open. The galaxy was their prize, and they would unseat the lying, false Emperor. Hail Horus reverberated across the planet, and as he looked over them all, he let the weight of it sink in. In his stratagem upon the vengeful spirit, Horus looked over the traitor armada. Not since Ulanor had he seen such a gathering, but the galaxy was a different place now. The road ahead was daunting. He knew it could be a long, bloody affair, but nothing would stop him now. An object was thrown, tossed at his feet, but when Horus looked upon it he felt repulsed. The severed head of his brother Ferrus Manus.
Yikes.
To see a brother, despite an enemy so violated it shook him, a feeling he masked. It was distasteful, and yet an up-close reminder of what he had started. If only Ferrus had stood by his side. Fulgrim approached the Warmaster, hoping he would appreciate his gift, but Horus felt that same spine-tingling sensation he had felt before. He looked into his brother's eyes and saw another, a demon.
No wonder why. I mean, giving Horus the severed head of your brother and say it's a gift? Are you right in the head? But now we know why. You're possessed by a demon, and a demon doesn't really value anything. So, yeah.
Possession? A creature of the warp wore his brother's skin? It disgusted him. It made his blood boil to see his brother's body so violated. Horus's knowledge of the warp, this chaos, was growing, but this new revelation unnerved him.
You think that your brother's violated now? Wait, just wait. Okay, just wait. You'll see him in his final form. This is nothing.
The true Fulgrim had surrendered to this creature, unable to reconcile with Ferrus's death at his hands. Horus wanted to smash the abomination, but stayed his hand. The creature had given him its oath, and he had need of the Third Legion. The puppet Fulgrim left unharmed, but Horus walked away with the realization that he needed to overcome his ignorance of these creatures. He would not be vulnerable to a fate like that. The traitor legions scattered.
You don't say. You don't say, Horus.
Dark tendrils that would raise every world that resisted the new order. The Horus Heresy had begun. Across the galaxy, the violent warp storms isolated entire sectors of space. The Ultramarines were decimated by Erebus, and the word-bearers at Calth. Lorgar launched his Shadow Crusade to burn the realm of Ultramar. Leman Russ and his wolves, blunted at the hands of Magnus and his sons on Prospero, were ambushed by the Alpha Legion. Sanguinius and his Blood Angels were walking into a trap at Cygnus Prime. The Lion and his Dark Angels were locked into a brutal war of attrition with Conrad Kurz and his Night Lords. Thousands of worlds that resisted the ascension of Horus were annihilated or made compliant. But as the months and then years began to pass, Horus dedicated much of his attention to a new pursuit: the warp, the primordial truth, this fundamental logic of the galaxy, where sentient life's emotions and beliefs were manifest. From Lorgar and Erebus's instruction, Horus delved deeper into this mirror dimension's power, demon binding, weapons and knowledge that were tools he added to his arsenal. Even later, a gift from Cygnus Prime, the Red Angel, a demon forged from the dark power that lay in the Blood Angel's line, a gift given to Horus by Erebus. They all knew this was a result of a failed enterprise. Erebus had tried to corrupt his brother Sanguinius on Cygnus Prime, something Horus had sabotaged. Sanguinius should have been Warmaster. He had said that to Petronella Vivar in his dying breaths. He knew it, so he would not allow that same possibility of the champion of these chaos gods. Erebus let him.
Yes, I see what you did there, Horus. Yeah, you don't want competition. You want to be that first one. You want to be the one to be valued or to be wanted by the chaos gods. There can be no competition. Yeah. So in a way, you saved your brother. You saved your brother from becoming, another chaos servant, and you probably quite saved the Imperium by doing that action. Yeah, you gave the Imperium some luck, some hope.
His mask slip, calling out the Warmaster with rage in his voice. A kindness Horus returned, as he flayed the cretin's face from him alive, banishing this zealot from his court. He had no more need of Erebus. Did the chaplain not think he too heard the whispers, the promises of the dark gods? A dark empire covered the entire northern sector of the Imperium. From his seat of power, Horus ruled a force and Imperium that was greater than that of the current emperors. But all knew that every road, every path led to terror, and the final confrontation, where he would kill his father and assume his rightful place as the new master of mankind. But could he defeat the Emperor? 30 years he and his father had stood side by side. They had fought back to back countless times, and even saved each other's life, so none knew better than Horus the power the Emperor still wielded. On the world of Goro, Horus had seen it, the build-up of colossal psychic energies, power like nothing he'd ever seen his father wield before, or even suspected he possessed. All-consuming, all-powerful, it was the power to extinguish life in every sphere of his existence. Physical flesh turned to ash before it, and what ancient faith had once called a soul could be burned out of existence, never to cohere again when the Emperor annihilated the Orc beast from existence. How could Horus challenge that? He needed to become as powerful as the Emperor. as he had seen in the warp in his near death upon Davin. The Emperor had stolen this power from these gods of chaos in order to build his apotheosis into a god himself in the future.
Guys, I just want to take a bit of a break. I just want to eat and just take a bit of a break, and I'll be back. There's like 55 minutes left, so about an hour or so. So yes, I'm just going to eat, just take a bit of a break, and then I'll be right back. So, hold on. Okay. Okay, belly full. Let us continue with Horus Lupercal.
The Emperor could only be challenged by an equal. Horus would have to acquire this same power and knowledge for himself. To the world of Dwell, Horus would find his answers. Upon the world lay a fortress Horus knew was built by the orders of the Emperor during the Great Crusade. But the sons of Horus were ambushed as they lay siege. A strike force formed of the shattered legions of Isfahan made a strike for the head, Horus himself.
Wait. The Shattered Legions. I'm sure it's the remnants of the Iron Hands, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot what that Astarte's name was again. I forgot his name. Oh my gosh. But yes, they were planning an assassination attempt on Horus's life, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I just forgot the Iron Hand's name. The Astartes of the Iron Hand's name again. I forgot his name. It's not Ezekiel. It's Raichal? No. Ugh, I forgot, guys. I'm sorry.
Only to be repelled. The attempt grew a state of paranoia, as so few had almost achieved the impossible and slain the Warmaster. Primarchs had died since this war had begun. It was unfathomable but possible for these demigod beings to die. Through the inner sanctums, Horus, Abaddon, Aximand, and the new Mournival members, followed by their Justerian Terminator Guard.
Wow, we don't even get to hear their names. the new members, we don't even get to hear their names. They're not even that important to be noticed. They're just extras. Yeah. Horus, what you've done, what you are planning to do, all this sacrifice, for what? I still can't believe Loken is gone. Like, you were willing to throw him away as well. That's crazy. But anyways, yeah, continue.
Strode. They traverse high vaulted antechambers of fallen pillars and halls of bulk-crated frescoes that had once been battlefields. The air thrummed with vibration of buried generators and tasted like an embalming workshop. Between murals of cobalt blue Legion warriors, tens of thousands of names were inlaid on the coffer panels with gold leaf. A colossal cryogenerator throbbed with power. In the center of the echoing chamber, the great minds, the heroes of the early days of Terran unification and the Great Crusade, swam in this amalgam of glorified dead, knowledge the Emperor clearly valued, a wisdom Horus would tap into to find his answers, leading him to the first piece of the puzzle, Molech. Mortarin and his death guard arrived upon Dwell. The Pale King stood before the Warmaster as another slithered into view.
Slithered into view. I think I know who that is.
The last time Horus had seen the Primarch of the Emperor's children, Fulgrim had been the perfect warrior, a snow-maned hero in purple and gold plate. Now the Phoenician was the physical embodiment of an ancient, many-armed destroyer god, serpentine of body and clad in exquisite fragments of his once magnificent armor. Fulgrim was a beautiful monster, a being to be mourned for the splendor he had lost and admired for the power he had gained.
I mean, can we actually say that it is Fulgrim? Since a demon is possessing his body, can we actually say it's Fulgrim? I think we should call this demon another name, because clearly the Fulgrim we know is gone. Or we should say that the consciousness that is Fulgrim has been suppressed to the point where it can no longer control the body anymore. The body is under the complete thrall and control of this demon. So I don't know if I really want to call him Fulgrim. Yes, the body is Fulgrim, but the mind, and you could also say the soul, is not Fulgrim anymore. That's something else. But anyways.
Mortarion looked at their brother in disgust, but Horus only saw a brother, no matter how transformed. And why should he not bask in the secrets the Emperor kept from them? Molech, he asked his brothers, a world Horus, Fulgrim, the Lion and Jagatai had made compliant during the Great Crusade. They were Primarchs. They remembered everything that had happened in their lives, to the minute detail. So why did Horus and Fulgrim hesitate to recall their memories on this world? It was hazy, as if their memories had been tampered with. Only one being was capable of such a feat, the Emperor. Something was hidden upon this world, something the Emperor feared even his sons knowing the truth of. A rumbling sound grew.
The power to kill a god is probably on Molech.
Until the three Primarchs and their guard saw a silhouette grow rapidly. A flying machine of death. A fire raptor unleashed a wave of munitions almost point blank at Horus's forces. Blazing hot rounds pierced into Horus and slammed him backwards. He didn't need his visor displayed to know how badly he had been hurt. His armor was battered but unbreached, though his skin was burned to the bone, his scalp scorched bare. Shadrach Medusan of the Iron Hands.
Shadrach, that's his name. Shadrach. However, why didn't you have a nuclear weapon or a virus bomb or a psychonic torpedo? Something so devastating that he will not be able to escape. Something that will kill him in one blow. It should have been something like that, like a virus bomb or a nuclear weapon or a psychonic torpedo. I mean, yes, I'm happy that you're here, Shadrach. I really am. And you and your Iron Hands brethren, I really am happy that you guys are here. But this was not enough.
The shattered legions had deployed another ambush. Shells ripped apart the ground forces as even the demon Primarch Fulgrim roared in pain. Mortarion darted forward, attaching a chain to his scythe Silence and hauling it at the ship, hooking it in place as he screamed for Horus to act. Horus appeared at Mortarion's side, running. Even in his towering armor, he was running, jumping. He vaulted onto the shattered remains of a cryo capsule and launched himself through the air. Hooked by the Death Lord, the gunship was powerless to evade. Horus landed on its prow and knelt to grip the haft of Silence as the gunship lurched with the impact of his landing. He saw the pilots' faces and drank in their terror. Horus never normally gave any thought to the men he killed. They were soldiers doing a job, misguided and fighting for a lie, but simply soldiers doing what they were ordered to do. But these men had hurt him. They tried to murder him and his brothers. With his mace Wordbreaker in one hand and Mortarion's Silence in another, he brought them down upon the ship and eviscerated it.
Good luck, Shadrach. The flesh is weak, but deeds endure. Good luck.
The ship came crashing down in a blast that flung shrapnel and flame in all directions. Horus waited for the mists to part, finally catching sight of the mangled body of Mortarion. He knelt and reached out to clasp his blood-soaked brother to his burnt breast. Mortarion's arms hung limp, tendons ripped from bones, and muscles acid-burned raw. Horus wept at the sight of him. Brothers had died in this war. He was prepared for that. But to see one up close and on the brink of death, he let the warmth back into his heart. He loved them. All of them. It didn't change what he had to do, but it only made his journey so much harder. Mortarion lived. The forces of the Warmaster returned to their fleets, as they all began to heal. Dwell had been destroyed by the ambush, breaking the cryovaults forever, a knowledge deemed better to be destroyed than in the hands of the Warmaster. As the fleet loosed their moorings, they roared towards Moloch. For the viewport and intelligence, Horus, Mortarion, Abaddon, Aximand, and the new Mournival could see the might of Imperial defenses. A night house, loyalist contingents of Mars, millions of guard and elements of the Ultramarines and Blood Angels. The garrison force was immense, another layer of defense for the Emperor's secrets. In tomb ships, Horus launched covert forces that awakened on top of the enemy's fleet. It was too late, as even Horus himself joined the boarding action of the anchored Imperials.
You guys are actually gonna go up against Imperial Knights? I mean, yes, the Imperial Guard is there, the Astartes are there, but Imperial Knights? Man. Okay. Yeah, the Horus Heresy, definitely.
The Ultramarine contingent fought bravely, so Horus honored these warriors with a quick death. The Imperial fleet was broken as Horus looked down upon the enormous world of Moloch. The sons of Horus and the Death Guard forces would direct the main thrust of their attack upon the latter continent. Moloch's primary seat of command lay within a mountain valley, a city named for Horus himself during the Great Crusade, Lupercalia. The ground assault began. The entrenched Imperial positions were heavily defended as the sons of Horus marched upon them.
Man, this must be so weird for the citizens of Lupercalia. You know, this very city is named after the man who's coming here to destroy them. And I'm sure, you know, some of the inhabitants of that city remember Horus Lupercal being the hero that probably, I don't know, liberated them or saved them from some sort of tyranny on the planet. And, you know, after turning it into a compliant planet to the Imperium of Man. And now he's back with an army ready to destroy the very city that's named after him. It must be a very surreal feeling for the civilians in that city. Huh.
Kill for the living, kill for the dead ran out across the Vox, as thousands of Astartes smashed against the tide of Titans, Skitarii and other Astartes. In a land raider, flanked by a fleet of them, Horus moved. Sensations and triggers telling him he was on the right path. He had been here before. He knew it. But the Imperial line held as the sons of Horus slogged through the smoke and mud, until the land raiders became caught out. Titanic blasts exploded the transports, the sons of Horus screaming in panic, as Horus limped out of a wreckage. Horus was down on one knee, his taloned hand pressed to the side of his land raider, as though mourning its passing. Blood slicked one side of his dark battle plate, and a length of pipework pierced his side like a spear.
Somebody please fire some sort of ballistic missiles, artillery, ordnance, anything to blow up his body. Someone do something.
The ground began to shake as titanic humanoid monsters barreled towards the Warmaster.
Okay, this is also good. If the Imperial Knights can get him, yes. yes, I welcome it.
The Knights of House Davin were going for the kill. Horus looked upon the metallic giants pounding towards him, their guns leveled and locked onto the eye of Horus on his breastplate. He heard footsteps around him and warriors. No, beasts clad in broken Sons of Horus plate launched themselves at him. Blitzing spear of sun-hot light enveloped Horus as the Luperci, demon host warriors created from his legions dead, enveloped him. The meat of their tainted bodies took the brunt of the thermal lance.
No, man. No. I refuse. I refuse. How many Luperci are they? No, guys, come on. It's an Imperial Knight. With such powerful, devastating... You're telling me that this machine cannot finish the job? Yeah, no, Horus. I don't know, man. The Chaos Gods are working overtime to protect you, definitely. Hey.
Washing over them and scorching their forms to charcoal. Horus's body burned. His armor was broken. His nerves stung with searing pain, but he was alive. I should be dead, he thought. Again he had come so close to death. Horus moved. He broke off the charcoal cage and launched himself at the knights.
Imperial Knights charge, continue to walk towards him and squash him if possible. And also use your weapons. Keep using your weapons. Keep firing. Don't stop.
Worldbreaker swung as he smashed machine legs into splinters. He got in close, using his strength and fluidity to duck and weave between the knights' clunky strikes. 3 knights fell as Horus gored their pilots into meat. The rest of the knight squad fled as Aximand and the rest of the legionaries caught up to their Primarch.
What? How dare you flee? We need a commissar here. No, this should not be possible. You should not be retreating. You have to fight until the last of you are finished. Okay, yeah. Well done, Horus.
Horus felt his body begin to heal and reknit, but still he felt exhaustion. Across the field the Imperials fell, but the cost was high. So many of his sons lay dead. Onwards, Horus and his sons pressed, fresh armor replacing the Warmaster's broken plate. To a cave entrance outside the city of Lupercalia, Horus and the Mournival strode. A stagnant lake filled the center of the cavern, its surface a basalt mirror. Rotted vegetation, festering dung and heaps of bone taller than a man were heaped at the water's edge. The ambient temperature dropped by several degrees, and plumes of breath feathered before the Warmaster and his sons. He had been here before. A mix of nostalgia and anger washed over him as he struggled to piece together the memories his father had manipulated. Ghost shapes moved through the cavern, given life by his picking at the wound in the angles of space and time. Each was numinous and smudged, like figures seen through dirty glass. They were indistinct, but Horus knew them all. His brothers. This was where the Emperor had manipulated his mind. Of course he would. His father had always been a liar. He kept the truth of the warp from him, kept his work on Terra from him. Of course he lied. Horus's anger again boiled, a sentiment mirrored as the lake's water began to boil too. The
I'm just wondering about the Emperor in how he had the chance to erase their minds. Does he have some sort of like a secret code switch, or a series of words that he can say, and then the Primarchs just collapse on the floor, and then he's able to, I don't know, use his psychic powers to, erase them of those vital memory, or what exactly? I'm not entirely sure how was the Emperor able to do this, because the Primarchs are not just going to allow that to happen. So I'm sure the Emperor must have had like a kill switch or a sleep mode for the Primarchs.
Heaven was suddenly gloriously illuminated, An angel of fire with swords of lightning held outstretched. Faceless, remorseless, Horus recognized it for what it was. A sentinel creature, a final psychic trap placed by the Emperor to destroy those who sought to unpick the secrets of his past. And it moved faster than Horus could believe. It smashed Horus into the lake as black water filled his lungs. His sons fired upon it to no effect. Horus rose to meet the creature tearing through his men. He slammed forward and rocketed Worldbreaker into its chest. If bolt rounds wouldn't work, a weapon forged by its maker would. A weapon forged by the Emperor. The fire angel dissolved away as fire shot out across the cavern, and with its death, Horus remembered Moloch. He remembered everything. He remembered the Warp Gate. In the war camp headquarters surrounding Lupercalia, Horus sat, reading from a book bound in human skin. Lorgar claimed that corpses from Isfahan III provided its binding in pages. And, for once, Horus had no reason to doubt him. The book had taught him much of the warp, of demons, rites and bindings. The Red Angel, the demonic manifestation of the Blood Angel's curse, floated beside Horus. Using the knowledge, he bound the demon to his will, interrogating it for the truth. Tell me, how can I follow my father? Tell me of the obsidian way that leads to the House of Eyes, the Brass Citadel, the Eternal City, and the Arbors of Entropy. Horus drew his talon back and sunk it into the corrupted meat of the demon, pulling it in close as it snarled. In blood, the demon spat. The path can only be opened in blood. Lupercalia's siege ramped up.
Wait, in blood? Whose blood? Your blood? Or people that you're going to sacrifice?
Until the Imperial Defenders fell, the Ultramarine and Blood Angel contingents annihilated, the Mortal Defenders and Knights broken. The last time I entered the city, I was paraded in glorious triumph with Jagatai and the Lion, said Horus. I marched at Father's right hand and the people cheered my name. Now they looked on in fear through the rubble and smoke. No, one day they would praise his name again. He would return victorious after he had taken Terra. And
Right. Hey, Horus.
to do that he'd have to be more than just an emperor. His father's only mistake was his breaking of the oath he had given these gods of the warp. So what if one honored the bargain and still emerged with power that matched the master of mankind? Horus would no longer be just a man, just a Primarch. He would be a god. Horus liked that. Horus, the god. In a cave in the heart of Lupercalia, Horus found what he was looking for. With Abaddon, Aximand, Falcus Kyber and Mortarion by his side, they raced into the cavern's depths. The narrow corridors shrinking further as they delved deeper. Bolt rounds slammed into the Justarian Terminator shields. A large contingent of Ultramarines guarding a mortal woman were anchored at the edge of sight. Horus glimpsed it. A simple obsidian rock formation, and he knew he had found it. The Ultramarines gave their lives to the last, clearly buying time for this mortal woman. Horus panicked. Something was wrong, and he would not risk everything he had sacrificed so far to fail now. He rushed in front of his men as Mortarion followed. He slammed his talon through the mortal woman, tossing the dying corpse to the ground. Horus
what were they planning to do? I hear the Amber King talking about the Ultramarines buying time. Buying time for what? Was she getting on a ship? Was she going underground? What was happening? Doesn't matter now, I guess.
Looked upon her, realizing he felt the echo of his father's power within her. Who was she? What was she trying to do? The bleeding mortal woman looked into the Warmaster's face. She saw no pity, no mercy, but curiously she saw regret. She struggled to speak, and the Warmaster knelt to hear her final words as the life bled out of her. Even souls ensnared by evil maintain a small bridgehead of good, she said. I want you to remember that at the end. Horus looked puzzled for a moment, then smiled. In that face the mortal woman saw the echoes of the charismatic man who had made worlds kneel, a man who once represented the greatest star in the Imperium, the guide to a golden age that was now ash. Horus stood. He walked to the obsidian structure. From Davin to now it had been an ocean of blood, a journey that had asked so much of him, a betrayal of his father, his brothers and the Imperium, a path he had no choice to make. Horus laid his hands upon the black stone and prepared to follow in the footsteps walked by the master of mankind. Blood. The path could be only opened in blood.
Do it.
Mortarion spun silence around his body. The blade flashed. Horus howled as the Death Lord's Reaper cut him from clavicle to pelvis. The pain was ferocious. Its savagery took him all the way back to Davin's moon, and Yugen Temba's stolen blade. Blood jutted from the wound and sprayed the black wall. Through eyes wet with pain, Horus saw unfinished sigils and arrangements of arcane significance. Their brightness was dying, washed away by the tide of his blood. The gouges his talons had torn were bleeding. His blood and the woman's mingled, and Horus saw hair-fine cracks spreading from where he'd marked the wall. He grinned through the pain. Worldbreaker swung to his shoulder.
Time to earn your name,
he said. The Emperor's gift swung around in a sledgehammer arc and smashed the wall to shards. Absolute darkness spilled into the chamber like a physical thing, as though an ocean of dark matter filled the mountain above and was now pouring out. Horus felt hurricane winds tear at him, yet was unmoved. He felt the cold of space, a soul-deep chill that enveloped him in ice. He was alone, floating in an empty void. No stars illuminated him. He had no memory of passing through the gate, then berated himself for so literal an interpretation. The gate beneath the mountain was not a literal portal, separating one space from another, but an allegorical one. Just by spilling his blood upon the stone that was not stone, he had passed through. By enacting his desires with Worldbreaker, he had hurled himself heedless into the domain of gods and monsters. A realm he knew of only in myth, and the ravings of lunatics put down in prescribed texts, and lurid works passed off as fiction. This was the place unconstrained by the limits of the physical world. The laws governing existence in the material world held no sway here, and were endlessly flouted. Even as he came to that understanding, the void surrounding him conspired to refute that notion. A world faded up, a terrible place of bone-white sands, and blood-red mountains and orange skies, lit by global fires. The air tasted of ash and regret, of sorrow and fudicity. Horus heard the clash of swords, but no battle. The plaintive cries of lovers, but no flesh. Whispers surrounding him, plotting and scheming, as he felt the cycle of entropy on his flesh. Old cells dying, new ones born to replace them. He blinked away the heat of the sky, now seeing it wasn't the orange of a reflected blaze, but the blaze itself. The heavens were on fire from horizon to horizon. A firestorm blazed over distant mountains.
It seems like wherever he is, it's a cacophony of so many things happening all at the same time, and space, and yeah, I don't know how is he going to find the power to kill a god, essentially. But I'm sure, the Chaos Gods must be there watching him and, directing him somehow, some way to where he needs to get this power, probably.
Swollen by forks of ruby-red lightning, rippling upwards from their summits, Horus felt the ground beneath him become more solid, and looked down to see that he stood on a circle of flagstones, fashioned from obsidian. 8 radiating arms vanished into the far distance, and the landscape twisted into hideous ways along each of the pathways. Acres of wire grew with the moaning bodies of his closest sons, hung upon barbed spikes. Flickering light skimmed desolate bogs that burped and hissed with the decay of rotting corpses. Silken deserts of serpentine fog banks, of perfumed musks. Labyrinthine forests of clawed branch trees clung to a series of rounded hills, each with 8 doors set around their circumference.
I've traveled realms like this before,
said Horus.
It's like a mixture of all the Chaos Gods' realms, but all amalgamated into one place. Yeah, I could be wrong about that. In the comment section, you guys can correct me, but to me, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like Slanesh. There's a piece of Slanesh here, there's a piece of Korn, there's a piece of Nurgle, there's a piece of Zinj. All of their realms mixed up together into one place. Yeah.
Though there was no one to hear, no one obvious at least. Each of the 4 cardinal paths ended at a mountaintop fortress to rival that of the Emperor's palace. Their walls were brass and gold, bone and earth. They glimmered in the ruddy light of the firestorm. Screams issued from each of them, and booming laughter of mad gods rolled down from the peaks.
They are mocking you,
said a voice behind him. Horus turned, knowing what he would see. The Cruor Angelus was the red of a battlefield sunset, its armor no longer splintered and broken, its face no longer a charred nightmare of agony. The chains encircling its body were gone, but the light of extinguished sun still burned in its dead eyes.
Why are you here?
I am home,
said the Red Angel.
I am unbound. The cold iron Erebus hung on me has no power here, nor do the warding oaths cut into my skin. Here I am the sum of all horror, the thirster after blood, and the devourer of souls.
Horus ignored its grandstanding.
Yeah, it likes talking. This demon really likes talking. I wonder which Chaos God are you affiliated to, exactly.
So why are they mocking me?
You are a mortal in a realm of gods. You are an insect to the pantheon. Insignificant and unworthy of notice, a fragment of dust in the cosmic wind.
You sound jealous. The fact that the Chaos Gods have an interest in this speck of dust and not you. You sound jealous.
Horus sighed.
Noctua was right. All you warp things are ridiculously overwrought.
Razored bone talons ripped from its gauntlets. Curling horns tore from its brow.
You are in my realm, where you will see only what we wish you to see. I can snuff you out like a candle flame.
Then do it. Why are you talking to us? Or not to us, but to Horus. Why are you talking to him? Just do it. Stop talking big and just do it. You'll do the Imperium of Man such a great favor. I'm telling you right now. You will be the hero of the Imperium of Man. Just do it.
Warmaster.
If you're trying to intimidate me, you're doing a poor job of it,
said Horus. taking a step towards the demon.
Let me tell you what I know. You exist in both realms, but if I destroy your body, your time in my world is over.
The angel laughed and stepped to meet his advance.
Demons never die.
No, but they do get incredibly tiresome,
said Horus, reaching up to wrap his hand around the red angel's throat. He lifted it from the ground and squeezed. It spat black ichor, and the fire in its eyes blazed.
Release me!
It roared, clawing at his arms. Blood welled from the cuts and splashed the mirror-black flagstones. Black veins.
You were here talking big, but now what happened? What happened? Huh? You were here talking big, saying that you could just snuff him out at a moment's notice. And now, when it's time for you to perform, you're not performing. Demons.
Of disintegrating blood vessels spread down Horus's arm. At the demon's touch, he felt the internal mechanisms of his body decaying, but only crushed the demon's neck harder.
You will die for this!
One day, perhaps. But not today. You weren't sent here to kill me. You're here to guide me. Your masters need me, so take me to their fortresses, speak my name, and tell them the galaxy's new master would treat with them.
Horus dropped the red angel, and for a moment he threatened him in a rage. Booming thunder rolled down from the mountains. Bellows of anger, squeals of delight, and more sibilant whispers. A million voices swept the harsh, nightmarish landscape, and the red angel's claws retreated into its gauntlets.
Very well. I will take you to the ruinous powers,
it said with a hiss of venom that curdled the air.
The obsidian way is the eternal road. It is perilous for flesh and soul. It is not for mortals to walk, for its dangers are...
Shut up. Just shut the hell up,
said Horus. Horus Lupercal fell through the oil-black surface of the gate and crashed to his knees before Abaddon and Kyber. Behind him, the darkness of the gate vanished with a bang of displaced air. Only a solid wall of mountain rock remained, as though the gate had never existed. Horus stood to his full height, and Aximan's eyes widened at the sight of him. The Warmaster had aged. Cthonia had shaped him, molded him into a warrior of flint-hard lines and cruel beauty. 2 centuries of war had left no mark upon him, but moments beyond the gate had done what the passage of time could not. Silver streaked the stubble upon his scalp, and the grooves at the corner of his eyes were deeper and more pronounced. The face Aximan...
That means time really went by extremely fast in that dimension. You know, in the warp there, wherever he was there in the warp. Time really went fast. While time in the world of the Materium was still just the same, essentially. Wow.
Had devoted his life to serving was now that of an ancient warrior who had fought for longer than he could ever have imagined, who had seen too much horror and whose campaigning days had bled him dry. And yet the fire and purpose in his eyes was brighter than ever. Nor was that fire simply confined to his eyes. Aximand, Abaddon and Kyber backed away from Horus, each of them dropping to their knees in wonder as the power filling the Primarch bloomed in the material world. Even Mortarion, that most stubborn of Primarchs, bent the knee to Horus, in a way he had never done for the Emperor. Horus grinned, and all trace of the war-weary ancient was banished in the blink of an eye. In his place was a mortal god, brighter and more dangerous than ever. filled with the power that only one other being in all existence had wielded before.
Yes,
Said Horus.
I found exactly what I was looking for.
The power to kill a god.
Horus Lupercal emerges from the realm of chaos, and his power near matches the Emperor of mankind. Horus stood before the gods, creatures he had allied with, simply in the beginning, tools he thought he could use to unseat the Emperor, but now he has seen gods. In the realm of sentient thought and madness, Horus follows a path set by each of the Pantheon, of Khorne, Nurgle, Slanesh and Tzeentch.
And to think that this is the guy who was telling, I think he was talking to Loken, yes. He was talking to Loken saying, spirits, demons, gods. How can you talk about such foolish things? They don't exist. You can name these entities whatever you want. If it's demons, if it's spirits, so be it. Let us call them that. But we must never forget that they are just xeno creatures living in the warp. You know, we may not understand their physiology and how they exist in the warp, but they are not gods. They are not these spirits or demons. They're just beings that are misunderstood. Now look where we are. Now look where we are with him. Horus.
He fulfills quests. He battles in armies of demons. He wanders in a realm where time is flux. What he sees, what he achieves is almost unimaginable, and the truth would only ever be known to him. When he emerges only moments after stepping through the material universe, he is changed. Power radiates from him. He looks older, something thought impossible for a Primarch. The knowledge and power offered by the Chaos Gods. The strength promised since Davin is finally Horus's. He knows the truth of his creation, of how the Emperor used knowledge taken from the gods to forge him and his brothers. They are of the warp, and even more floods Horus's veins. It swells in his body, but also infects his mind. His worst excesses are accentuated. He becomes the worst version of himself.
He becomes the tool of the Chaos Gods. Once where he thought he would use them as a tool or a conduit to his success, it's turned the other way around, where he has now completed in becoming the tool of the Chaos Gods. And he doesn't even realize that, does he? No.
And yet he is so far above humanity that he struggles to hold on to human emotions. Where his father, the Emperor, was able to take this knowledge and stave off the corrupting power of chaos, Horus has aligned with it. The Horus that sought to use the warp as a tool now finally believes wholeheartedly in the Pantheon, though still that ego, one he had hidden under a mask of charisma, is still there. He still believes it's all about him. For the first time, even since Ullanor, Horus feels like he truly inhabits the title of Warmaster, something he had struggled to live up to in his mind. His armor sheds the green of his legion and dons the black of Chaos Undivided. His armor is bulked out. He is a hulking beast that finally inhabits his role as champion of chaos. And he is going forward to bring the blessed union of humanity and the warp.
And to think that, Horus Lupercal's Terminator armor, it's huge, it's thick, it's heavy, but this guy is able to sprint. He's able to sprint with this thing on him. He's able to jump with this thing on him. He's able to dodge and become agile with his Terminator armor. That's insane. That's insane. The cinematics that I've seen of, or should I say even videos that I've seen of Astartes in Terminator armor, they are very slow. They look almost like they're wobbling. You know, it just doesn't seem as if they can do the feats that Horus Lupercal can do in his armor. It's crazy, really. Facing up against this guy with this type of armor set, it must be terrifying.
The Legion leaves Moloch and returns to the Vengeful Spirit. But upon the bridge, Horus finds the captured remnants of an infiltration unit. They are Astartes. Their armor is grey and has been wiped of their previous Legion colours. He looks down to see a man he long thought dead. One he had spoken to on 6319, of the folly of sorcery and its belief. A former member of his Mournival, Captain Garviel Loken.
He lives.
Loken looked up to his gene father, Horus Lupercal. Horus was possessed of a powerful dynamism. A charge had passed from him to those he beheld. To be in his presence was to know that gods walked amongst men. A hyperbolic sentiment, but one born out of those fortunate enough to have met him. That power, that essence was magnified now. Horus looked upon his son, one he had betrayed, one he had tried to kill along with thousands at Isfahan III, and yet here he was, alive, surrounded by a squad of lost sons of other Primarchs. What were they plotting? Why were they here?
What do you mean, what are they plotting and why are they here? What do you think? Horus, no man, no. It's as if you forgot what you did on Isfahan III. It's as if you forgot what you did on Isfahan V. Huh? What do you think? Do you think they just came here just to say, hi, how are you? I'm finding yourself? No, man. Come on. Be serious.
Fenrisian runes had been found etched across the Vengeful Spirit. Were they making it for us? Oh, how pitiful. Did that broken legion really believe they had a chance? Horus offered Loken what he knew in his heart he desired. A place back at his side. Horus saw the effect his words had upon his son. The conflict that raged beneath.
You must resist, Loken. You must resist. You cannot, serve this man. He's actually going to kill you, probably. You cannot. You cannot. This is not Horus anymore. This is just something else.
He wanted to see it. He wanted Loken to break his bond to the Emperor, to choose him, to choose brotherhood and his way. He would embrace his return, and then he would illuminate him.
Illuminate means kill in this matter, I think. I think he's going to kill him. By illuminating him, he's going to kill him.
Just as he did upon 6319. Come back to me, Garviel, said Horus. Feel that warmth again. Don't you want to be part of the greatest endeavor the galaxy has ever seen? But Garviel Loken looked Horus in the eyes and saw nothing of the great man he followed. Where was the Horus who loved and fought for his sons? Where was the Horus who knelt before the Mournival to give his oath of moment? Where was the Horus who wanted to be more than just a warrior? A being who wanted to leave a legacy of hope and diplomacy? Loken told Horus he was part of the greatest endeavor the galaxy had ever seen. And that was the Great Crusade. The bridge erupted into violence as the Grey Marines broke their bonds, charging at the sons of Horus. Duels and desperate struggles washed across the ground until the Cthonia crews, agent of Malkador and former Lunar Wolf, died at the hands of Horus, the Warmaster effortlessly impaling him upon his talon and ripping both his hearts out. The Cthonia crews died in Loken's arms as the sons of Horus surrounded the Imperials. Horus sat disappointed in his throne as Loken rose, renouncing Horus and promising he would fight him until the end of his days. The glass of the bridge shattered. An Imperial Stormbird loosed a volley that shot the bodies and knights errant into the vacuum of space. Horus and his sons clamped their magnetized boots as the little fish ran. They were of no consequence, no more distraction, for now Horus had what he needed to challenge the Emperor himself. Months of preparation and battle plans followed as Horus prepared his armies for the last stroke, the spear tip towards Terra. Within his inner sanctum, the champion of chaos sat. He looked around his libraries, his trophies and gifts, all that he had acquired over the centuries, to the very stars themselves, and the billions of miles of endless space. Specks of light swam in that ocean of dust and shadow. Warmaster. That weight had been heavy. It divided and separated as much as it elevated. Never more than now did he feel alone. The master of mankind. The title was just in sight. This war had taken nearly a decade. Thousands of worlds conquered, intimidated or raised in his name. The legions of his traitorous brothers had let the galaxy burn, and soon he would forge a new Imperium. But he lamented at the tier of ally that stood beside him. He knew it. He was surrounded by the broken and flawed. He struggled to control the growing personalities of his brothers.
Well, you guys are chaos, you know. Unity and cooperation and some sort of synergy doesn't really exist when it comes to chaos. You guys have your own endeavors, your own emotions and your own desires, and those are the things that are fueling you, and not necessarily unity and order. You're the only one that's barely holding them together. But once you are out of the picture, it will just unravel. So yeah, it's to be expected. You guys are chaos.
Some too drinking in the power of the warp. They acted like children, feeding their petty egos and seeking to accomplish their own goals. And in the actions they promise they bring failures. How many of his loyalist brothers still stood after their deaths had been guaranteed to him. He wondered if this was how his father had felt. Gilliman. Oh, perfect Gilliman with his data slates and quills. This war would have been over if he had stood beside him. Korax would not have made the same tactical failures as the untrustworthy Alpharius. All the brothers he wished to join him stood against him, and he would have to reforge the Imperium with these broken monsters. Did they think they were even half the Primarch he was? No, only he, Horus Lupercal, was capable of such a feat.
Me. I. Horus.
Only he could have brought them this far. Perhaps that was why his father had named him Warmaster. Because he feared what he was capable of if he had not. A confessional Horus spoke to, in the presence of the skull of Ferrus Manus. In the Trisolian sector the vengeful spirit hung. The capitulation of Mechanicum facilities and forces in the system was almost complete. To the Warmaster personally they bowed, as once again the Warmaster's fleet loosed their moorings, as they prepared to meet at a rally point for the push towards Terra. But from the void an ambush was sprung. Using the gravity well and solar radiation between the two Trisolian system stars, the Space Wolves' entire legion launched towards the traitor armada. An almost reckless assault, as the two fleets began to trade munitions that illuminated the miles of cold dark space between them. The Wolves could not hope to overwhelm their enemies, but that was not what they were trying to accomplish. The entire fleet rushed towards the vengeful spirit. They were going to cut off the head. At the spear tip of Lehman Russ's flagship, the Wolves cut through Horus's fleet. boarding torpedoes streamed across the void, ramming into the ceramite frame of the vengeful spirit. The ship had wolves in its belly, as Russ and his sons slammed against the Sons of Horus within the tight corridors. Some of the Fenrisian runes, marked by Loken's team, had been found, but not all, as Russ and his host made for the bridge. Russ and his...
Shouldn't the Astartes and even Leman Russ be suffering some sort of effects as they are going inside this ship? Because the Vengeful Spirit is also now chaos imbued, if I can say that, because when the Emperor and his custodians and some Astartes and Sanguinius and who else was it? Which other Primarch? Rogel Dawn. Yes, when they went aboard the Vengeful Spirit, that place was just a horror-filled mess of chaos and Astartes, and even the very vessel itself was just filled with a lot of just nightmarish situations all around. So I'm wondering whether Leman Russ and his forces are going through something similar aboard this vessel. Yeah.
Sons again rocketed into a large hangar space, as equally the Sons of Horus rushed to meet them. Blood, ceramite and bone lacered the walls and floors, and Astartes killed each other, until a voice boomed across the battlefield. Cease! Such power was imbued in that command that all warriors faltered. Green and grey armoured figures stepped back from one another, eyeing each other with unshakable hatred, but they were compelled to hold their peace by Horus's word, no matter how much they wished to fight. Horus looked upon his barbarian brother, the Wolf King's mask. One Horus knew he wore just as he had done, slipped. Shock and horror rippled across Russ's face as he saw what Horus had become. Horus grinned. It was too wide and leering, not a human expression, but the smile of something else pushed out through a mortal face. It shrank back into his features, and his expression became sorrowful. "Stop this now, Russ," he said. "Listen to me. I have learned the truth. I have seen the future. I know what disaster our father will inflict upon our species." Russ looked around him. The corruption and taint, the flayed skins and horrific scenes that represented this truth. Did Russ, their father's lapdog, hope to defeat him, thought Horus? Could he now see the difference in the power they wielded? How he was utterly outmatched? Russ in horror told him he was not himself. He was sick, manipulated. "Come with me to Terra. The Emperor can heal you."
You still think that he can be saved? Oh, Leman. Okay.
"I am not wounded," Horus spat back. "I have been made whole. Before I was but a pawn, now I am the master of my destiny. I will overthrow our father and bring a new era of power to mankind." "An era of cruelty," said Russ. "Look at your warriors. They have become monsters, though not so much as their father." "Monsters," roared Horus. "I have seen the black future the Emperor will bring upon us. He cares nothing for humanity. The Great Crusade is a lie, Russ. He cares only for its apotheosis. You and I, who were his tools to be cast aside. He will let the souls of 1 trillion human beings burn to sate his eternal hunger. I know." Horus offered Russ to join him. Fight for truth. Embrace the primordial way and help him overthrow the tyrant emperor. But Russ rejected the outstretched hand. The Wolf King had come to slay a monster. At his side, Russ raised a golden spear that emanated brilliant power.
The Apollonian spear. The spear that Constantine Valdor gave to Leman Russ, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was made by the Emperor, but it was given to Leman Russ by the hands of Constantine Valdor, Captain General of the Custodians. Yes.
Horus felt the hand of the Emperor's power upon it and raised Worldbreaker. Horus charged, propelling the many tons of his adapted Terminator plate into a thunderous run with ease. His giant maul he held high overhead, ready to strike. Russ met the blow with a double-handed block, taking the maul's head on the blade of his spear. A shockwave of empiric energy blasted outwards, knocking Space Marines over and tumbling them head over heels. Horus struck again, and Russ staggered back. Bolt guns roared a thunder to match the lightning of their clash, and the battle was joined once more. The Wolf King was outmatched, but the very presence of the spear banished much of Horus's warp strength. The duel was now Primarch versus Primarch. Russ leaped forward, only to be battered back time and time again. The relentless superhuman strikes of Horus ruined his armor as he desperately tried to parry. There was no possibility the Wolf King would win, Horus thought, but Russ didn't have to win. The Wolf King stepped into the blow, locking Horus in place as he thrust the Emperor's forged spear into Horus's gut. Howling, Leman Russ pushed again, plunging the eager tongue of his blade into the Warmaster's guts. Horus roared in agony, and his men faltered in dismay. His maul fell from his fist, and he began to shake tremendously. His head jerked back, and a blast of white-hot soulfire blazed from his mouth, cracking the armoured cowl curve above his head. Skittering lightning crackled over the two brothers. Violet light blazed from his wound, and the edge of the blade shone golden. It too was shaking, its edges blurring, becoming a spear made of nothing but light.
His spear illuminates anyone it touches. Ah, okay.
And the corrupting light was banished. Horus staggered back and looked at his brother. The absolute confidence he had displayed a few moments before was absent. His flesh hung sackly upon his skull. He had aged 1,000 years in a moment. It was like Horus had taken a breath after drowning for so long. He felt a part of him awaken.
Essentially, his consciousness was suppressed, like how Fulgrim's consciousness was suppressed and the demon took over his body. Something similar has happened to Horus. A part of himself has been suppressed, and now from the Apollonian spear, it's been able to release that part of himself that's been suppressed. Okay.
That had been crushed and buried. Russ, he said hoarsely. He looked so vulnerable. Even souls ensnared by evil maintain a small bridgehead of good. Horus felt the emotion swell within him. I am sorry, brother. I shouldn't have been so jealous. He had never gotten past it. The fact that he had to share their father. How much it had hurt him. He wanted to be first. Always. He wanted the attention. It was akin to orbiting a star, only to drift away from its warmth. The cold of the dark poisoning him. Leman, you have been speaking to me since you arrived here, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I have seen it all. I understand. I had to do it. I had to. The Emperor is the greatest evil in the galaxy, but what have I done to stop him? How many have died? Am I worse than he, who was trying to save the species from him? He had killed so many because the end goal was just. Surely it had to be. He swam in an ocean of blood to justify it. Brothers, allies, worlds had died, and it was his fault. He was trying to save humanity, but who would save them from him? Every lie we tell incurs a debt to the truth. Sooner or later, that debt is paid, and the regret was eating him alive. Russ hesitated. He offered a hand to his brother. Come with me to Terra. It's not too late.
What do you mean you offering him a hand, Lehman Russ? You're supposed to be hitting him on the head so he can become unconscious or something, you know? And then drag his body all the way back to Terra. Not offering him a hand. What are you doing? Stop offering him a hand and just bash him on the head.
Horus, with a face wrecked with emotion, looked to his brother. It was right there. An offer of peace. A chance to end the killing. A return to the embrace of their father. The one he loved. He could. Horus's eyes snapped into a hateful glare. Almost like something possessed him.
Assuming direct control. The demon is back. It's now controlling over his body, I guess.
The corrupting energies rose again from within as he stood. Horus screamed so loudly warriors on both sides stumbled and clutched at their ears. I hear you. I defy you. Horus's words echoed down the eons, coming from a place beyond time and space. This universe will burn as countless others have burned before it. There can be no victory against chaos. If you cannot accept its power and its glory, then you shall die. The Emperor is doomed and I will kill him myself. Horus raised his weapons and gored Russ. The Wolf King was thrown back as Horus marched forward to kill him. Russ's sons leapt at the Warmaster as others dragged him away, kicking and screaming. With each swing, space wolves died as Horus cut them down, until nothing but an ocean of blood, bone and ceramite was left. The space wolves retreated, the majority of their legion dead upon the vengeful spirit. Russ feeling his consciousness fade, lamenting at how he talked to him. He got to talk to his brother, the true Horus. The traitor.
Yeah, but I don't think you'll be able to see him again. Not until the Emperor himself uses his soul erasure power to erase Horus from existence. Not until then.
Forces had won, but Horus felt hollow in his victory. For how elevated he was, Russ and a damn spear had wounded him. He should have swiped him aside like it was nothing. The Imperial Gambit had failed, as Horus and his armada pushed to the last bastion before the Sol system. To the sector of Beta Garman, the Warmaster's fleet sought to meet the shored-up defences of Dawn. Billions died in the war for the sector, as Horus broke the last resistance before the throne world. But in the wake of victory, Horus faltered. Those months since his battle with Russ, a dread had been building within. The Apollonian spear, wielded by Russ and forged by the Emperor, had left its own taint. A poison that the Warmaster struggled to resist, even as the power of chaos flooded his veins. It was knowledge. That was the spear's gift. And it wounded more than just his body. It wounded his soul. The cut where Russ had plunged the spear in opened. Blood began to pour out as Horus slumped to the deck. His sons rushed to his side, carrying their lord to his throne. Ethereal cries rose as the warp seeped out and flowed around them. Horus felt his mind fading, the tendrils of unconsciousness swallowing him as even his physical form began to flicker. His eyes were open but distant. Finally the wound closed up, but the damage was far beyond physical. His sons knelt before him, unable to do anything. It was a repeat of the dread they had felt at Davin, as the Warmaster was dying. What had the spear done to him? Why did he feel the rush of human emotions pouring in him once again? My brothers, summon them, Horus rasped. Ulanor, Ulanor, he whispered. And then the great Horus Lupercal was silent, his eyes shut. He sat bleeding and unconscious upon his throne. No, it couldn't end here.
Yeah, it can't end here. I know definitely it's not going to end here.
He had to be there, the day he would slay the Emperor.
Once again, I implore you guys to go listen to Scott Buckley's music on his YouTube channel. Please go and listen. Go and like and subscribe to his channel. He makes amazing music. Amazing music. Oh, yes, guys, that is it with How Did Horus Fall to Chaos, voice acted 40k Law, made on the Amber King YouTube channel, voiced by Chris Naturally RP, voiced over, I think he was the voice for Horus, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, this was a request made by AnthraxScribe3238. Thank you again for the request, AnthraxScribe. This was really good. Horus Lupercal. He always wanted to be first, as stated. He didn't like sharing. He didn't like sharing his father with his siblings. He wanted that attention. He wanted that love. He wanted all that could be bestowed upon a son to belong to him and him alone. He was a very ambitious Primarch compared to many of his other brothers. Very ambitious. It's why I say that he's akin to a politician in a way. You know, his ambition is the thing that fuels him, that drives him to always become, or to always be first, to always be the one noticed, to always be the one who's seen as the champion, to be seen as someone who is contributing the most to the Imperium of Man and to the Great Crusade. You know, it's always I, me, mine. You know, and he's blinded by this. He's blinded by his pride, to the point where when he was being coerced by Erebus in those, you know, depictions of the possible future, where they were showing the place where humans worship the Emperor and they worship the Emperor's Primarchs, and he didn't find his own statue there. The first thing that he was worried about was, where was his statue? Why aren't people worshipping me? You know, I am the one who sacrificed the most for the Imperium. I am the one who contributed to the most to the Imperium. I am the Warmaster, yet my statue is not here. That's the first thing he was worried about. That's the first thing he was animated about, you know. The first thing that he started screaming about. Instead of asking himself, like, why is Sir Janus here? You are supposed to be dead. What is this place? Why am I here? If this is a possible future, what events led up to this future? Questions he should have been asking. Instead, he's here screaming, asking, where's my statue? And he may say that, no, I don't believe in this false future. I don't believe in whatever Erebus is saying. But clearly he did believe. Or else he would not also have decided, you know what, I'm going to betray the Emperor because he's lying to us. Because, yes, the Emperor has done a lot of things that you would consider to be traitorous to the Primarchs. And yes, the Emperor has lied. But this is not the way to go about finding the truth. By joining chaos. By becoming chaos, servant, a loyal servant to chaos. You could just directly go to your father and ask him what's going on. Tell me the truth. I'm sure the Emperor won't kill you. He won't banish you. He won't incarcerate you. He'll probably tell you the truth. But you are weak to your own ambitions, Horus. You are weak to your pride. And thus it is allowed, you to think that you can usurp the Emperor of his throne and become an emperor yourself. This is the height of your ambition and your pride. And this allowed Horus to fall almost immediately into the lap of the Chaos Gods. He may say that he's going to use the Chaos Gods as his tools to ascension to the Golden Throne. But in the end, it's the other way around. It's the Chaos Gods that are using him for their ascension to usurp the Emperor of his throne and humanity. And I'm just thinking about all those things that he did in the view of the public eye, in terms of what's her name again? Petronella. Miss Petronella. What's her name? Yes, Petronella Viva. You know, the remembrance. How he would display these political, not political, but public stunts to try and make it seem as if he's this good, magnanimous Primarch that is going to change everything in the Great Crusade. You know, how he made an oath to his to his Mournful, and he would bow to them and he would give them an oath. And I'm like, but why didn't you do this in the beginning when you first met up with your sons? Why are you doing it now with Miss Petronella? Why are you trying to show this side of you to Miss Petronella? You know, why are you going out on the battlefield when you know for a fact that as the head of state of the Imperium of Man, or as the Warmaster of the Imperium of Man, you cannot afford to be on the battlefield? You are not weak if you're not on the battlefield. You are the Warmaster. Your life is very important. It needs to be protected. You are supposed to be commanding the forces, not leading them on the front lines. But you want to show off to Miss Petronella that, yes, here I am. I'm the warrior king. I'm the person that's going to lead the Great Crusade, but on the ground. You know, I'm different from my father. I'm different from people you might have read from the past histories of terror. You know, where kings or the great generals would be sitting on the bench or sitting behind a desk while sending their forces out to battle. I'm not like them. I'm a person who has a hands-on approach to situations, and that sounds nice and all, but in practicality, it's just not right. As the Warmaster, you are not supposed to be on the battlefield. Rarely you're supposed to be on the battlefield. You know, you're supposed to be on your ship, monitoring things from your ship, making sure that your forces are the ones that are dealing with this problem. But, you know, yeah, Horus did everything to entertain the gallery, to make sure that the gallery loved him, that the gallery could see him as one of them, even though that's not true. Yeah, but still, I don't really feel any sort of hatred or disgust or, you know, disappointment when it comes to Horus, because, you know, like I said before, I see him as a politician, and the faults of any politician, I see it reflected in him as well. And definitely the Emperor made him this way, with this hyper ambition. Not just normal ambition, hyper ambition. Where he cannot share the spotlight with anyone else, he must have it all for himself. And yeah, it was his ruining right there. That led to his ruin. That hyper ambition. Wanting to be first. Wanting to have everything to himself. Having the spotlight only to him. Not sharing. Always thinking that his brothers are envious of him, instead of seeing a way to unite with them a bit more closer. But yeah, and the Horus Heresy, you know, in terms of the planets that he's been to and the things he's done, like I've said before, the Chaos Gods were working overtime in protecting the Warmaster. Really, like they realized that this guy likes going onto the battlefield himself personally. We have to make sure that any form of demon we create, any of these Astartes that have now been influenced by chaos, need to be there to protect him 24/7. Because really, he should have died on that world where the Imperial Knights were, the Imperial Guard, the Astartes, you know, protecting the warp gate. Really, he should have died on that planet. He really should have died, but luckily his sons, if you can still call them that, used their own bodies to protect him from the Imperial Knights' attacks. So yeah, wow. But it's not over, right? I think there's going to be like a Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster Part 2, where we then see what happens during the last stages of the Horus Heresy as the Chaos allied forces finally reach Terra and begin their assault on Terra. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, I don't know, maybe the Amber King is stopping it right here because, you know, this is the last time we see the real Horus Lupercal, not the demon-influenced or demon-infused Horus Lupercal that is the one who's attacking Terra and, you know, fighting against the Emperor and Sanguinius and everybody else on Terra. Maybe this is the end where the real Horus Lupercal is dead or is further suppressed down to the point where he can only be risen up to consciousness when he's fighting against the Emperor, and the Emperor uses his soul erasure powers. Yeah. So maybe that's why the Amber King stopped it right here. Because just like with Fulgrim, I would say that the Horus Lupercal we're seeing in the Horus Heresy is not the true Horus Lupercal. It's some other demon-influenced or infused creature that has, taken over Horus Lupercal's body. Just like Fulgrim, how his body is under the possession of a demon. So yeah, I think maybe that's why the Amber King has cut it here. Or maybe there will be a part 2. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, this was good. This was really, really good. Thank you again to the Amber King and all the voice actors who contributed. Really, it was entertaining. Especially knowing about the Emperor having 2 flag vessels. You know, he has the Bucephalus, and now he also has the Imperator Somnium. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised, really. I mean, you would think that 1 flag vessel will be enough for him. No, he wants 2. He wants 2. And it seems like this Imperator Somnium is even more luxurious, more, brilliant compared to the Bucephalus. So yeah, the Emperor has a new car, and it's shiny, it's golden. So yeah, that was a bit of a surprise for me to hear about, and also the fact that Petronella Viva had some sort of crush on on Horus Lupercal. But yeah, I completely understand. The Primarchs exude this sort of energy that just makes humans just become these docile, lovey-dovey type of people who just worship and adore the Primarchs or even the Emperor. So yeah, I kind of understand why Petronella would act that way. But yeah, it was just a bit funny, really. But yeah, guys, that is it. That is it for tonight with this video. How did Horus fall to chaos? And remember, if you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. If you like my reaction, please give me a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Click on the notification bell if you want to be up to date with my latest videos. And I will see you guys hopefully next time with another the Amber King's Warhammer 40k content. Yes. Thank you again to Anthrax Crab 3238 for the request. It's been good. And guys, that's it. Good night.